Injury updates from Sean McDermott yesterday. Nothing too detailed other than that Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, Daquan Jones, and Josh Palmer are all to some degree in the day-to-day category. Ed Oliver, meanwhile, has torn bicep, so he is out indefinitely. The Bills will be going forward without Oliver, and there could be a move coming somewhere at defensive tackle. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-MILLION. Kansas City wins on Monday Night Football, 28-7. Commanders kept it close into halftime, but Kansas City pulls away in the second half. They are 5-3 heading into a short week where they will play the Bills in Buffalo this coming Sunday. World Series last night went to 18 innings. Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 6-5 on a Freddie Freeman home run in the bottom of the 18th. They take a 2-1 series lead. The Sabres are in action tonight. 6:45 puck drop against the Columbus Blue Jackets. And that's because the league is across the league is doing staggered starts. So 6:45 at KeyBank Center. We'll have pregame starting at 5:45. Or 6 here on WGR. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Join WGR and Bud Light for Buffalo Football Friday Happy Hour. Chopin Bulldog will be broadcasting live this Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. at Neighbors Pub, 337 Kenmore Avenue. You'll have a chance to win a Josh Allen jersey. No purchase necessary. You can enjoy other Football Friday live broadcasts coming up at Leo's and at Mitchell's. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly, 21 plus.
Turns out my dream is to be Elijah Moore.
Yeah, right.
He was blocking for Khalil Shakir on that
did.
play.
He threw a nice block. Guy might have caught him.
Probably not.
You're Tyrell Shavers is what you are in your dream. Yeah.
I don't think they would have caught Shakir as a linebacker chasing down Shakir from behind. But
that was a linebacker?
Yeah.
Okay, then he was probably
I think he was going to be okay. Hey, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Maybe you were up late. The game last night, the baseball game, ended at 3 a.m. basically. 2:55.
Yeah.
2:55.
18 innings. I mean, I'm glad I bailed after the ninth rather than maybe you try another inning and then you try another inning and then just no. I mean,
I'm going to start off with a hot take if you want one.
Sure.
A walk-off home run in the 18th is not that impressive.
How about especially after nobody has scored a single run in all of the extra innings?
Right. Eventually, a ball's just got to naturally go over a wall.
Right. It's like you know what it's like? It's like you're in a shootout and you're into the 10th, past that, the 13th round of the shootout. Your goalie has stopped everything. You haven't scored, and then you score, and it wasn't that impressive.
And then Matthias Samuelson.
You were 1 for 15.
Yeah, he roofs one, and you're like, thank you. Somebody did something.
Yeah.
Shout out Samuelson, who scored 2 goals in their last game, right?
Yes, right.
2 games ago, sorry.
Watching back some of those highlights, though, it is funny that they hit 17 balls to the warning track. Mm-hmm. The Dodgers did last night. They had a bunch. 17's an exaggeration. Maybe it was 6. Or it was at least 5 that they hit to within 10 feet of the wall. So I guess they almost did it. Yeah, it's a tough one for the Jays.
Tough one.
They had guys on third, like I think 2 or 3 times in extras, and just
they were up in the game by 1 after Vlad Guerrero made an incredible play on the base paths. He made one in the field
when he slaps the home plate. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, vibes off the chart, and then they just throw one right down the pipe to Ohtani, who launches it into the sun.
Yeah,
like, maybe don't throw it there. Anyway, like they're showing Kirk Gibson's 1988 pinch hit home run. That wasn't the 18th. I'm not.
It's just walk-offs. I think.
Get me past the 13th and maybe the 12th, and I'm not impressed by your walk-off home run. How many at bats do you need?
When did the Ortiz home run come in the 2004 series against the Yankees?
Oh, I have no idea.
That's in extras. How far into extras would be my question. Like, when does it stop becoming impressive? If it happens in the 11th, it's still impressive, right?
How many times have you been up? That's what I want to know.
What if you've hit home runs before? I don't think Freeman had.
Fair.
If Ohtani, they didn't let Ohtani hit in the extras. They walked him, I think, every time.
Freeman had batted 7 times in that game.
Ortiz's home run was in the 12th inning.
All right, we'll allow
That's better.
7 at bats.
7 at bats.
Like, less impressive. No, Freddie Freeman's got 2 walk-off homers in World Series history now. Good for him. But the Dodgers,
Kershaw made an appearance last night.
The Dodgers were talking about, they said on the broadcast, I saw a clip of this. I was not awake at 2:55 to watch this baseball game. But there was an interview where they talked about, the manager said, we're about to go to position players.
Would they have gone to Ohtani? Would they have gone to Ohtani at some point during the extra innings? That would have been a question that I would have had.
About pitching?
Because if they're going to position players, they're going to start him in Game 4,
You're
right?
certainly not going to waste that.
No, but they could go back to Snell in Game 4 if they wanted to kind of kick Ohtani out of the rotation, if they thought it was worth that.
Yeah.
But
it doesn't seem worth
if they
that.
had gone to position players. You go to position players, you're basically giving the game away.
Unless both teams are doing it, and then you're just kind of taking your chances. And then
maybe, but if you're the first team to go to a position player, the other team's not putting.
They might have to based on top and bottom of the inning.
Yeah,
and then,
I might leave my other pitcher in for as long as possible. That's got to be better than a third baseman going in.
Is a walk-off home run then less impressive if you hit it off of a shortstop?
Oh, 1,000%, yes.
Good. All right. 803-0550 to join us. Good Tuesday morning. It's Chiefs week. And we got lots to talk about. Howard picks the Bills today. We're going to talk with Sabres assistant coach Seth Appert because they have what I want to call a big game. I think I'm ready to do that. I'm going to call this a big game tonight.
I mean, if you're calling this a big game, isn't everything a big game probably for them?
No. Games where they have a chance to move into a playoff spot against teams below them in the standings. Right now, that's my big game. They have a chance to move into a playoff spot, and they're playing a team that's below them. Can I just have – this is where they always lose, and we're like, cool, all right, well, let's see if you can win 2 in a row to get back where you should be. The Sabres have 9 points. 8th place in the Eastern Conference has 10 points, and the Sabres have a game in hand on that Florida team that's in 8th place. Granted, other teams can win. They might not actually be in a playoff spot by the end of the night. But
they might not even be by the time that the games start because I think there's a game at 6, 6:15, and 6:30 in the NHL.
Yes, because it's the NHL's Frozen Frenzy.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
The point is, you have a chance to do it tonight, to get to 11. Magical 11. Mm-hmm. And you're playing the Blue Jackets, who are barely worse than you, but they are worse than you.
Well, because everybody is like, yesterday there were 9 teams within 1 point of each other.
Yes, that's
I don't
correct.
know if that's still true.
The entire Eastern Conference from 9th place to last place is 9 or 8 points.
Right.
And the Sabres are 4-4-1, and the Blue Jackets are 4-4-0.
Yeah.
And they each have a 0 goal differential.
Okay.
The Blue Jackets are 1-3 at home.
1-3?
Yes, so win it.
Yeah.
Just, win the game.
Listen, there are a lot of teams that are all...
Never mind, this game's in Buffalo.
This game's in Buffalo, yeah.
Blue Jackets are 3-1 on the road. All right, tougher test, so beat them.
Yeah, these teams all jam-packed together, like... Not all of them are going to be competitive throughout the entire year. Like, Boston's already showing they are not going to be one of those teams.
Right.
In fact, actually, they've played more than anybody. They've played 11 games.
Yeah. All the more reason you have to win it. Like, it's going to be a mess. So
it's going to be a mess.
You have to beat these teams.
A lot of these teams are going to come through, or some of these teams are going to come through this little 500 patch at the beginning of the year to be like actually playoff good. So yeah, I guess early on, like emerge as one of those teams. Like, put Columbus where they probably belong, which is not really a playoff level team. And because the other thing is, a lot of those teams behind the Sabres right now are teams that you might expect are going to take a jump at some point. The teams behind them, the Rangers, the Lightning, the Maple Leafs, are three of those teams immediately behind them. I don't love the Leafs right now. I don't know that they have to be one of those teams. The Lightning, it feels like, are just going to flip a switch. I think that's already happened. So, yeah, I guess you want to call it a big game. I would also want to call it any game above them, though, a big game. Like, if they had played Ottawa tonight, who has won 3 in a row, and they're sitting at 11, like, I feel like that would be a big game.
Maybe.
Because I'm trying to I got to take a playoff spot from somebody.
Well, at some point. That part's right. Take it from Florida, who if you win tonight, you have a chance to pass them.
Yeah. Or really, like, the top 3, even though they're further ahead, like, this division should not be as good as it has been. And right now, the top 3 are Montreal, Detroit, and Ottawa. The odds that all 3 of those teams are making the playoffs are probably not that high.
Not great.
Like, one of those 3 teams would be the ones that I would want to kick out of there and find a way in. So, Alex Lyon. Put him in net.
Let's go, Alex Lyon.
Yep.
The nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
I mean, they don't play a back-to-back until, like, November 12th. I would play Lyon every single game until he performs poorly. Or he tells you he's too tired.
Colton Ellis hasn't convinced you yet?
I would play him in that back-to-back in 2 weeks. If it were me.
And Lukin,
or if Lyon has a bad game, then you go to Ellis.
And Lukin is just never to be seen again.
I would not play Lukin in a single game until one of the other goalies gives me a reason to.
Fair. I think it's fair. Well, that's tonight. Excited about that tonight. We're going to get we're calling it a big game. They're calling it a big game on the radio, is what the men on the radio said. And I saw Paul.
Tuesday against Columbus. Big game.
Yes. I saw Paul predicting
in October
on Channel 2 that Tage is about to go on a little bit of a streak here to score some goals, which he's probably due. So we'll talk to Paul later today.
He has scored 3 in 2 games.
That's right. I haven't talked to Paul yet to tell him he's coming on at 9, but he is indeed coming on in the 9 o'clock hour. Before that, it's going to be Seth Appert, and then Howard picks the Bills as well. Meanwhile, the fire alarm's going off in here. I believe that is planned that's going to happen.
We were being alerted to that?
Yes.
Right.
This is how you know the 6 a.m. hour, if we get something wrong, like math, it doesn't count, is when they do the fire alarms, is during the 6 o'clock hour.
Are we sure this isn't a signal from Joe in there to have us talk about the parlay from last night?
No.
Because that would be funny.
Why? We lost 2 legs, so we weren't really in contention. It happened.
No, last night was as far away from winning it, I think, as we've been.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
No.
We'll recap it later. One thing about that game last night, though, you want a stat of the day? You want an early stat of the day?
Sure.
All right. Stat of the day. Is there? Well, we probably had earlier stats of the day. This came from Timo Risk of Pro Football Focus. I watched that entire Chiefs and Commanders game last night. I'm sure we'll end up talking about the Chiefs a lot today. It is, of course, Chiefs week.
And they're scoring 28 points every week.
That's
at a minimum.
That's kind of where the stat of the day goes to. The Chiefs right now, they are 5-3.
Yep.
The 5-3 Chiefs have a better point differential right now than last year's 15-2 Chiefs.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's wild.
Last year's team won 15 games by less than this team, basically.
In 8 games, this team is better.
Yeah, that's right. Well, better on point differential.
Yeah,
also, probably was submarined last year in week 17. Didn't they lose like 40-0? Like the Broncos put up 40 points. So.
Sure,
but there might be a little bit of stuff at work there.
But they did play every game close last year.
Yeah, that's right.
And we all knew it. We all knew it. We all watched it. Like they couldn't beat anybody like they did last night.
No, that's right.
Last night even stayed competitive for a half,
3 quarters.
Yeah,
they were not at their best last night, and they found their way to a 21-point win.
No, I mean the Commanders had 3 turnovers on downs in plus territory last night. Like
2.
They tried.
They were the Commanders were 0 for 2 on 4th down. And the Chiefs were 2 for 2 on 4th down. The Commanders also turned the ball over, took bad sacks. Like it's Marcus Mariota. I do have a ton to get to from that game, like thoughts on what it'll look like for the Bills. But, the Chiefs win 5-3, and the AFC playoff picture finally includes the Chiefs, correct? Like they've been sitting on the outside looking in. Now they are in the 7th spot. So Kansas City has moved into a playoff spot. 3 AFC West teams are in. That's Denver, the Chargers, and the Chiefs are all in a playoff spot. If the playoffs started today, the Bills go to Pittsburgh. And if the playoffs started today, the Chiefs go to New England, which you might want to take that. You know?
The Chiefs going to New England?
Just saying, like,
knock one of them out?
One of them. Anyway.
Would you not want that, though, because of the fear of what it'll sound like around here if Drake May beats Mahomes in a playoff game?
Doesn't matter if the Bills then beat
New
whoever
England
else is left, yes. But
then people won't care?
Yeah, that's right.
Would we feel good then?
I don't know. I don't know how we'll feel.
Interesting.
I have no idea how we'll feel. This game...
Because it's possible people would feel great because Mahomes is out.
True.
But on the other hand, it's Drake May did the thing before Josh Allen and the Bills did.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a good test.
I'm hoping that...
Give me that result. I'll take that right now. I'll sign up for it.
I'm hoping that...
I don't even care if it's confusing the day after. Like, whatever. I want New England beating Kansas City in the first round.
Well, you should want anybody beating Kansas City in the first round.
Well, yeah, that's true. Right, I would take anybody.
The Bills have not lost 4 times in the playoffs to the Patriots yet.
No.
It'll probably take a long time for that to happen. A long time.
It might never happen.
But it's right, because it's tough to match up like that. Anyway, all right. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. I was trying to think of a way to put this up in a Twitter poll and give you thoughts on last night's game, but also a Twitter poll or just a question kind of ask you about Bills Chiefs. And I guess the question is, why does this one matter? Do you have an answer to that question? They play every year in the regular season, and they play every year in the postseason. This is the, let me check, the 37th matchup in the last 5 years. No. Why does this one matter? I'm not saying it doesn't, because I do have an answer for that. Why does this one matter to you? 803-0550. Bills Chiefs, Sunday, 425, massive game, huge spot. The ratings will be off the charts. Highmark Stadium, it'll be awesome. It's an awesome regular season game to get to. Two teams that have had their lull during the season and are probably thought of as the two best teams in the AFC, with New England and Indianapolis being the uprising. Why does this one matter?
To me, it feels a little different than previous seasons because can it be a measuring stick game? I think it is for me. I think it almost feels similar to maybe when the Bills maybe played the Chiefs in the first meeting of these two quarterbacks in 2020 or the following season in 2021. Like, let me prove that I could beat them. Let me prove that I could be on their level. I think this game feels like that to me. It is not just, hey, beat the Chiefs because I'm going for the 1 seed, or beat the Chiefs because like it'll feel good to beat them and I need to prove to myself that I can do it in the playoffs. Like, to me, none of that matters. It is more about just, I don't know that I'm on their level right now. And I've always felt like they're on their level.
Yeah.
To some extent. And right now I'm not as confident of that. So I think it's a measuring stick game for me. Like, are you actually elite still? Are you still one of the top contenders in the conference, in the league? Because I'm pretty darn sure Kansas City is absolutely one of them, the way that they look. They can do it kind of however they want right now. So that would be it. Prove to me that you can even hang with this team close. I guess I'm more worried about a blowout than I ever have been, which is another part of this for me. Like, I would be worried that the Bills would go in and just get smacked by Kansas City, and it's going to feel like, just if I haven't beat them in the playoffs with these previous teams, and we just look at it like that, I'm not going to be very confident following that game. So that's what it is for me. It's a measuring stick game that feels very similar to when the first time these two quarterbacks met.
Which would have been the time the Bills lose by 9 points.
The COVID game?
The COVID year where the Bills dare them to run the ball.
And they did.
And they do run it, and they also pass it with great success. And the Bills really just have no answers. They end up playing a low-event game and lose by...
They lost 26-17.
They lost by 9.
Yeah.
So they play a low-event game. They held them to 26, right? And played a game where it was closer, and ultimately they lose.
Yep. Allen threw for 122 yards in that game.
Okay.
14 of 27. Just like there was really nothing happening.
That's pretty rough.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 26 for 161 in that game.
Jeez. Well, you and I are completely aligned in exactly why this game matters or how it matters. And I had it written down because I thought of it watching the game last night. Like, what do I really care about for this game? And if they lose it, it doesn't mean the season's over. It doesn't mean they can't beat them if they meet again. But for me, yeah, you kind of laid it out there pretty well. The first time these two teams played, the Bills lost. Then they went in the playoffs, and they lost. And then when they went to Arrowhead and won that game in the regular season after 13 seconds, right? That was, all right, we can beat this team. Why not? I can make stops against this team. And what I would say is one sentence. Sunday, 425, I want to be convinced that this version of the Bills can beat that version of the Chiefs. Because I think this version of the Bills is different, and I think that version of the Chiefs is different. You know, they're always changing. They're the same franchises, but who they are will change and kind of move here and there. At the root of this is the Worthy trade, right? Like the Chiefs, when they make the Worthy trade with the Bills, the Chiefs go in this direction, and the Bills go in that direction. Like, all right, you're linked because of this trade. We don't have to make the trade the chief topic. It's just, can this version of the Bills beat that version of the Chiefs? And one thing that has me a little bit optimistic, is their secondary, the Bills, looked a lot faster, more athletic, and man, are they going to need that. Because even in getting blown out yesterday, Washington's secondary looked like they were up to the task.
Yeah.
They covered really well. They did a reasonably good job. Mahomes was not surgically picking apart a defense. He was scrambling and making plays. He was making plays like Allen often makes plays in good years. Rolling out, evading the rush. Oh, look, there's Travis Kelce wide open with room to run, 38-yard gain down to the 10-yard line. That's what the Chiefs' offense was in this game against Washington. The week before against Vegas, it was a surgical do-whatever-you-want kind of offense. So the Chiefs still have this offense that, to me, looks very, very good, very dangerous. Who can get the ball? 5 different guys. Mahomes on the broadcast last night said, everybody got to eat, because we're on Everybody Eats around the world now.
Yep.
So I'm with you. No disagreement. I want to see this version of the Bills beat that version of the Chiefs. And if they don't, I'm going to go into the playoffs with maybe a bigger doubt than I have most years. Most years, I think, of course, they can win that playoff game. And then they come up just short, and we talk about what might have been, what could have been different. Right about now, I'm less convinced, and it would go a long way for me to say they can win that game. And also, if they win that game, they're much, much more likely, if they meet again, to meet here in Buffalo.
Right.
Because who's going to be knocked further down in their division race? Both these teams trail another team in their division.
And the Chiefs, if you want to directly compare them to the Bills, if the Bills would win, the Bills would have 2 fewer losses than them and the tiebreaker. That'd be tough to make up.
Yes,
for Kansas City.
You'd probably have them here in the postseason
if you meet them,
and ensure that you're not going to. Right, if you do, you're going to ensure your postseason does not go through Arrowhead. So, weeks and weeks and weeks ago, I made that prediction for you, and I didn't think both teams would be in a wild card spot when we were talking about that game, but here we are. So 803-0550 to join us. Rich, we'll get to your call on the other side. Your thoughts on it. What about this one matters? What do you think about it? If you watched that Chiefs game last night, give us a ring. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills and Chiefs, it is, again, Chiefs week.
Chiefs week.
Chiefs week.
Start watching all the previous games. No? Bad idea.
Depends which ones you're going to watch.
The regular season ones?
Those are better.
The playoff ones?
The Bills win those ones by double digits. They won by 14.
Yeah, multiple times.
They won by 14 and 9 and also 4 in the last 3 years. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on a beautiful Tuesday. It's chilly out there. Stay warm and give us a call on Bills Chiefs. We got to get to Sean McDermott's comments on the passing game. How much do we take him seriously for what he said yesterday? And on and on and on. So join us here on this Tuesday morning on WGR.
These teams all jam-packed together. Like, not all of them are going to be competitive throughout the entire year. Like Boston's already showing they are not going to be one of those teams.
Right.
In fact, actually, they've played more than anybody. They've played 11 games.
Yeah. All the more reason you have to win it. Like, it's going to be a mess. So
it's going to be a mess.
You have to beat these teams.
A lot of these teams are going to come through, or some of these teams are going to come through this little 500 patch at the beginning of the year to be like actually playoff good. So yeah, I guess early on, like emerge as one of those teams. Like put Columbus where they probably belong, which is not really a playoff level team. And because the other thing is, a lot of those teams behind the Sabres right now are teams that you might expect are going to take a jump at some point. The teams behind them, the Rangers, the Lightning, the Maple Leafs, are three of those teams immediately behind them. I don't love the Leafs right now. I don't know that they have to be one of those teams. The Lightning, it feels like, are just going to flip a switch. I think that's already happened. So, yeah, I guess you want to call it a big game. I would also want to call it any game above them, though, a big game. Like if they had played Ottawa tonight, who has won 3 in a row, and they're sitting at 11, like I feel like that would be a big game.
Maybe.
Because I'm trying to I got to take a playoff spot from somebody.
Well, at some point. That part's right. Take it from Florida, who if you win tonight, you have a chance to pass them.
Yeah, or really like the top 3, even though they're further ahead. Like, this division should not be as good as it has been. And right now, the top 3 are Montreal, Detroit, and Ottawa. The odds that all 3 of those teams are making the playoffs are probably not that high.
Not great.
Like, one of those 3 teams would be the ones that I would want to kick out of there and find a way in. So, Alex Lyon. Put him in net.
Let's go, Alex Lyon.
Yep.
The nation turns its lonely eyes to you. I guess the question is, why does this one matter? Do you have an answer to that question? They play every year in the regular season, and they play every year in the postseason. This is the, let me check, the 37th matchup in the last 5 years. No. Why does this one matter? I'm not saying it doesn't, because I do have an answer for that. Why does this one matter to you? 803-0550. Bills-Chiefs, Sunday, 425, massive game, huge spot. The ratings will be off the charts. Highmark Stadium, it'll be awesome. It's an awesome regular season game to get to. Two teams that have had their lull during the season and are probably thought of as the 2 best teams in the AFC, with New England and Indianapolis being the uprising. Why does this one matter?
To me, it feels a little different than previous seasons because can it be a measuring stick game? I think it is for me. I think it almost feels similar to maybe when the Bills maybe played the Chiefs in the first meeting of these 2 quarterbacks in 2020 or the following season in 2021. Like, let me prove that I could beat them. Let me prove that I could be on their level. I think this game feels like that to me. It is not just, hey, beat the Chiefs because I'm going for the 1 seed, or beat the Chiefs because like it'll feel good to beat them and I need to prove to myself that I can do it in the playoffs. Like, to me, none of that matters. It is more about just, I don't know that I'm on their level right now. And I've always felt like they're on their level to some extent. And right now I'm not as confident of that. So I think it's a measuring stick game for me. Like, are you actually elite still? Are you still one of the top contenders in the conference, in the league? Because I'm pretty darn sure Kansas City is absolutely one of them. The way that they look, they can do it kind of however they want right now. So that would be it. Prove to me that you can even hang with this team close. Injury updates from Sean McDermott yesterday. Ed Oliver is a torn bicep. He's out indefinitely for the Bills. Daquan Jones, Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, and Josh Palmer are all to some degree in the day-to-day category. Bills play the Chiefs, who won last night on a Monday Night Football. They beat the Commanders 28-7. Kansas City a small favorite, 1.5 points going into this game against the Bills on Sunday. Sabres in action tonight. 6:45 puck drop against the Blue Jackets. The league's staggered starts throughout the NHL. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. And last night, 18-inning World Series game number 3. The Dodgers win on a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run, 6-5. They take a 2-1 series lead over the Blue Jays. Game 4 is tonight. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Well, you do. You want to establish the line of scrimmage early, and then with that, you hope you can throw the football off of that. I thought we did a really good job yesterday establishing that line of scrimmage early in the game, and the results in the running game were clear to see for everyone, not so much in the passing game, and it's something that we have to continue to work on as coaches and figure that piece out.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Bills and Chiefs. The update on, you mentioned the update there, Joe, the week-to-week guys. McDermott's saying they're making progress.
Mm-hmm.
There are a few statements that mean less than that, right? Everybody's actually, it's like, well, they're all getting older. Like, all right, yes, they're all making progress.
Yeah.
I don't know what else he's supposed to say. I'm not mad at him about it, but it's just whenever I hear they're all making progress, I think, like, well, I would expect, that to be the truth. And then they're day-to-day, but there's some variations on that, was also what he said.
Yeah.
So kind of didn't want to give that information. We'll see if we'll see about Josh Palmer if he's available for them. The other thing about last night's game, if you watch the Chiefs game, we're talking about the Chiefs, of course. It's Chiefs week. Bills come in off a 40-9 win, and the Chiefs come in off a 28-7 win over Washington. The thing I watched last night was how often the Chiefs sent the house.
Yeah,
they're blitzing, and I have their blitz percentage on the season because one thing we've seen in watching the Bills is there are a couple teams they have not had the answers to the blitz on. And whether it's Josh Allen that hasn't had the answer or Joe Brady or whoever, but they've not had answers to Atlanta's blitz, and Atlanta is a blitz-heavy team.
Yep.
And the other teams at the top of the league, it's Minnesota's near the top. But blitz percentage, here you go. Number 1 in how often they blitz the passer. Number 1 is Minnesota. Number 2 is Detroit. Number 3 is Tampa. Number 4 is Kansas City. Atlanta is not really a super blitz-heavy team. They came into the Bills game and went nuts and blitzed. And here are the Chiefs.
Maybe in the last 2 games, Atlanta hasn't done that as much.
Hold on, let me reset this. I inadvertently had clicked back to 2024. Now you know about last year's blitz
that was
percentage.
last year's blitz
Last year.
percent.
Okay. This year, Atlanta's number 2. That makes more sense.
That makes more sense.
But ready for this? Number 1, Minnesota. Number 2, Atlanta. Number 3, Kansas City.
Okay.
So,
They're blitzing.
yeah, they're blitzing. And would you not expect that Josh Allen has a night full of blitzes? This is how.
Yeah, well,
this is how and why the Bills are going to run the ball 35 times to make sure they don't get in obvious passing situations.
Yep.
So that Kansas City can't blitz.
Kind of run them out of blitzing all the time. That's what Washington was trying to do yesterday. And it was happening early. I mean, that first drive of the game, they kind of were walking down the field, and then Deebo Samuel just hits him off the helmet or whatever, and it goes right to a Chief. But that was their game plan for it, and I don't expect the Bills will do anything different. That they will, in that Atlanta game, I mean, part of their problem probably was for how they're constructed. I don't think they can just do a quick pass game and hit guys open immediately when you're being blitzed like that, and that was proven true in the Atlanta game. What was happening a little bit for them in the beginning of that second half was that they were kind of running Atlanta out of it. Or at least the run game was working when Atlanta was playing that style of defense.
And then you call one pass, take a sack, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, here come the blitzes again.
Right. So, James Cook, over under 20 20 carries in this game, I would take the over. I think that's their game plan, to fight the blitz. I don't know what else it would be. Would it be Shakir screens? Would it be Coleman quick? Like, what's your quick game otherwise? Like, I think their quick game is that the running back is going to be the answer. So I think it's part of why the styles contrast so much. That part of it, too, is probably that they don't – it might all kind of go to the same answer. One, if the Chiefs are going to blitz a lot, then you're going to want to run the ball a lot. And two, if you don't really feel confident that your defense can stop the Chiefs, what did they do 2 years ago in the playoff game when they thought that was true? When A.J. Klein was playing.
They ran the ball.
They ran the ball a lot. Control the clock. Like, I think this is a game where the Bills are going to effort to keep the Chiefs off the field as much as they can.
100%. I might like the under in the game. I haven't even seen it just because of that. You're going to see efficient offense, and you're going to see teams bleed the clock, especially the Bills.
Like, really, it's a game where I would be real afraid if they got behind. If they got behind in the first half of this game, I think it could get ugly quick. The Chiefs, maybe you feel like, could play any style. The Chiefs could play from behind, right? Like, I would trust them right now to air it out and keep themselves in a game if they're behind the Bills. But if the Bills get down 7-10 in this game, I don't think Kansas City lets you back in the game the way Baltimore did. And it would just be Allen doing what? Like, who is he going to be looking to if that game were to play out? I think they're going to be trying not to have the game go that way.
Yeah. Rich in South Buffalo leads us off this morning. Good morning, Rich.
Good morning. You know, before the break, you guys asked, why is this game important? And I think for the average Bills fan, all it does, whether positive or negatively, is going to solidify your take on what the current state of the Bills is. Are they in trouble? And right now, I'm looking at a Chiefs pulling a the Bills-Patriots perfect game, very possibly doing that on the Bills. If the Bills have to punt once or twice, and like you said, get behind, it's over. Or, if the Bills do well, or even if they lose by a couple points, hey, the Bills are okay. It's 3 losses. We have a tough schedule coming up, and I think it's going to solidify the point. Also, I hear you guys talking, and I thought for a while, I'm looking at the DeLorean, and I'm like, wait a second. Did I get up to 88 miles an hour on the thruway? Because you're talking about Josh Allen, right? This is not Trent Edwards or J.P. Lossman that we have to manage the game. And I think that's another point because this is, no insider information. Our Josh, and I don't want this to be heresy, doesn't look well. I don't know if he's older. He looks slower. I'm watching Travis Kelce go down the field 35 yards, and we're not playing Madden. I understand the Bills need to do what they have to do. Aaron Rodgers, Flacco going down the field, and you talked earlier before the break about how great Drake May looks, and right now I look at Drake May, and I don't want to say Josh is on the downs. I'm not saying that in the current state, but know what it feels like? The first time you beat your dad in a sporting event. He's still your dad. This is the GOAT, but I can beat him on one-on-one. I outdrove him. I outbenched him. I beat him in a 5K. And I look at Drake May, and, hey, Josh is still our guy. He's still, but I think this game, even if it's a loss and it's a close one, if everything looks better to normal, that's what makes it important.
Yep.
And for a reality check, it's scary on all parts.
Thanks, Rich. Great call. Great comparisons. I've been workshopping a Josh Allen, Drake May line that I think is too hot for radio right now. It's just I don't know if I'm ready for it. Maybe next hour. But the point about how Allen does not look right. I watched Joe Marino, who we'll talk to tomorrow. Watch Joe Marino's all-22 breakdown of this game, and there's so much of it that's like, Josh, what is going on here? What are you doing? What decision is this? We could sit here and say the sack where he scrambles for 10 seconds is nobody gets open, and that is true. But when nobody gets open for 10 seconds, you throw the ball away. 6 seconds in. Just throw the ball away. It's 3rd and 1, right? Throw the ball away. And instead they take a big sack and have to kick a field goal, and that's not going to work against Kansas City. So you see Allen rushing plays, not looking comfortable. This is the film, guys. Like, I'm trusting Joe on this. This is not just me saying it or Rich, not, due respect to you, like, yeah, I think everybody knows it doesn't look right. Last year is Allen's superhuman season, doing something crazy every single week, throwing it to Amari Cooper, getting it pitched to him, and diving for the pylon.
Yeah.
And we've kind of gone from superhuman season to this. And this hasn't looked well for a couple of weeks. This looks a lot like, I don't know. I don't think it looks like downside. I think it looks like his own personal lull where things aren't sharp. You want to say that's structure of the offense. You want to say that's supporting cast. You could offer a lot of different ideas. And, like Rich said, whatever you think might be confirmed on Sunday. And if they win, of course, we'll say, like, all right, great. You did it again. You can beat that team. Now you got to beat them in the playoffs. So could they lose another game by 3? Could they win another game by 3? Sure. I am not as worried about them getting no punted as I was 4 days ago. Hoyt and Hairston made a difference. Rapp on the bench made a difference. McDermott calling plays made a difference. They looked to me like a defense that has more juice. And can they bring that against a far superior offense? We will find out. Because in the regular season, it doesn't always look like this. But in the playoffs, it always looks like Andy Reid has all the answers to the test. And in the playoffs, of course, that means the Bills lose. In the regular season, for whatever reason, he doesn't have the same answers. Mm-hmm. So, boy, you beat your dad for the first time.
Listen, like the one biggest difference right now between those two, and maybe this, I don't want to put it all on him because
between what two?
The deep passing. Like I don't want to put it all on him because look who he is throwing to. Look who are the guys that are running those routes right now. But
they're not even
like
and a lot of times they're not even running the routes.
No, right. Sometimes they're not even trying for it. But one thing I want to say is that Drake May right now, there was a stat yesterday that he's at 72% completion percentage on deep passes right now, and that no quarterback in NFL history has been above 60. Like Drake May is on pace for here it is, 20-plus air yard stats this year. He's at 76.5% completion percentage on those passes. Since the NFL started tracking that in 2018, which coincidentally is Allen's first year, no quarterback has ever finished above 60%. And
he's at 77?
He's at 77. He's number one in the league. Josh Allen throwing the ball deep in his career. You want to know how many times he's ranked in the top 10 in completion percentage on deep passes? In his entire career?
Once.
You know how many times he's ranked outside the top 20? 4 times. It's really never been.
Is it possible the Bills don't want it because they think it's not what he does well?
That's what I'm almost wondering. Which I would think is, listen, if that's his weakness, that should be the thing then you're making easiest on him, not hardest.
Sure.
If that's one thing he's not maybe perfect at. But like I said, he has never really had the elite numbers driving the ball down the field like we're currently seeing out of Drake May.
Well, who's the guy that he has most consistently thrown it deep down the field to in his entire career?
Diggs.
Or Davis.
Right. Yeah.
803-0550. Chiefs week. What are you thinking about this game? We'll talk about it with Howard Simon. He picks the Bills. He had a rant last night on the Channel 7 show, Leading the Charge.
Yeah, he had a rant. His rant sent shockwaves across the area to the extent where I wasn't even watching. My mother-in-law texted me.
Wow.
Like that, you might want to turn Channel 7 on because Howard is breaking the set down. Yeah. And then I got there during commercial break, and we came back, and Howard had hit something before they came back, apologized for it, and then they showed him on TV, and he looked like he was still red. Yeah.
Maybe I didn't see the rant. I thought I saw a rant, but I thought it was tame-ish.
Okay.
So I'll go back and watch.
Maybe there was another one?
Maybe we'll fire up a couple of highlights of it. He did say, Brandon Beane, you have 8 days to fix this. Well, that's part of it.
Yeah.
Trade deadline is a week from today.
1 week. That's right. 1 week from today.
1 week from today, the trade deadline.
We didn't get any trades yesterday, did we?
We did.
No, we did. We got one.
Yeah, Roger McCreary.
Corner went from Tennessee to L.A.
Yeah. So Roger McCreary got traded from the Titans. Diana Rossini, in her latest, says the Bills are looking for wide receiver and safety help.
Safety help is interesting.
803-0550, our number. We'll get to more of your phone calls. Steve, you can go next. Whoever wants to jump in. This year's Chiefs-Bills game. Why does this year's regular season edition of it matter? We're talking about it with you here on WGR. I guess the question is, why does this one matter? Do you have an answer to that question? They play every year in the regular season, and they play every year in the postseason. This is the, let me check, the 37th matchup in the last 5 years. No. Why does this one matter? I'm not saying it doesn't, because I do have an answer for that. Why does this one matter to you? 803-0550. Bills-Chiefs, Sunday, 425, massive game, huge spot. The ratings will be off the charts. Highmark Stadium. It'll be awesome. It's an awesome regular season game to get to. Two teams that have had their lull during the season and are probably thought of as the two best teams in the AFC, with New England and Indianapolis being the uprising. Why does this one matter?
To me, it feels a little different than previous seasons because can it be a measuring stick game? I think it is for me. I think it almost feels similar to maybe when the Bills maybe played the Chiefs in the first meeting of these two quarterbacks in 2020 or the following season in 2021. Like, let me prove that I could beat them. Let me prove that I could be on their level. I think this game feels like that to me. It is not just, hey, beat the Chiefs because I'm going for the 1 seed, or beat the Chiefs because like it'll feel good to beat them and I need to prove to myself that I can do it in the playoffs. Like, to me, none of that matters. It is more about just, I don't know that I'm on their level right now. And I've always felt like they're on their level.
Yeah.
To some extent. And right now I'm not as confident of that. So I think it's a measuring stick game for me. Like, are you actually elite still? Are you still one of the top contenders in the conference, in the league? Because I'm pretty darn sure Kansas City is absolutely one of them. The way that they look, they can do it kind of however they want right now. So that would be it. Prove to me that you can even hang with this team close. These teams all jam-packed together, like, not all of them are going to be competitive throughout the entire year. Like, Boston's already showing they are not going to be one of those teams.
Right.
In fact, actually, they've played more than anybody. They've played 11 games.
Yeah. All the more reason you have to win it. Like, it's going to be a mess. So
it's going to be a mess.
You have to beat these teams.
A lot of these teams are going to come through, or some of these teams are going to come through this little 500 patch at the beginning of the year to be like actually playoff good. So yeah, I guess early on, like, emerge as one of those teams. Like, put Columbus where they probably belong, which is not really a playoff level team. And because the other thing is, a lot of those teams behind the Sabres right now are teams that you might expect are going to take a jump at some point. The teams behind them, the Rangers, the Lightning, the Maple Leafs, are three of those teams immediately behind them. I don't love the Leafs right now. I don't know that they have to be one of those teams. The Lightning, it feels like, are just going to flip a switch. I think that's already happened. So, yeah, I guess you want to call it a big game. I would also want to call it any game above them, though, a big game. Like, if they had played Ottawa tonight, who has won 3 in a row, and they're sitting at 11, like, I feel like that would be a big game.
Maybe.
Because I'm trying to I got to take a playoff spot from somebody.
Well, at some point. That part's right. Take it from Florida, who if you win tonight, you have a chance to pass them.
Yeah. Or really, like, the top 3, even though they're further ahead, like, this division should not be as good as it has been. And right now, the top 3 are Montreal, Detroit, and Ottawa. The odds that all 3 of those teams are making the playoffs are probably not that high.
Not great.
Like, one of those 3 teams would be the ones that I would want to kick out of there and find a way in. So, Alex Lyon. Put him in net.
Let's go, Alex Lyon.
Yep.
The nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
Los Angeles. Thurman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the catch. Strikes me. Thurman has ended it. It's a repeat hero with the last word and a Game 3 classic.
Joe Davis on the call. The Dodgers win at 2:55 a.m. The overnight show that's on before us, the guy said, we had a game on when we started. 2:55. Dodgers take a 2-1 series lead. Also in that game, Vlad Guerrero scored, hustling around the bases on an awesome play.
Yeah.
It was like a highlight reel baseball game. And then they played 9 innings of scoreless baseball
And nothing
after
happened.
playing a great night. And it went 18. Also, I'm looking for Major League Baseball's next-gen stats to tell me how fast Vlad threw that baseball from first to third.
Holy cow.
Because to my eye, it went 730 miles per hour. A baseball's never been thrown harder than Vlad nailing that runner at third.
If they were going to go to position players, maybe he was the guy for that, because that ball was, it was just on SportsCenter top 10, too. He bounced it up to him. But,
Yep.
wow.
Incredible. 803-0550. Also last night, Chiefs beat the Commanders 28-7. Marcus Mariota a couple different times threw balls that had the same trajectory as a three-pointer.
He threw a rainbow pass from the 10-yard line, but
Yeah.
it's because it went across the field, and then McLaurin made an amazing catch.
An amazing catch on that, yeah. McLaurin also made an amazing catch on a blitz beater. He had McDuffie right in his pocket and made a diving catch on the sideline as the Chiefs were blitzing again. Chiefs have a high blitz rate, third in the league, and they blitzed the heck out of Marcus Mariota, who, by the way, I thought did get away multiple times.
Yeah, he did.
And looked like, I'm thinking, all right, is Josh going to be able to get away like this? I'm watching that game thinking of what the matchup will look like. So we'll see on that. Steven Wheatfield. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I have a conundrum coming up. First of all, I'll talk about that. My brother is getting married on Sunday, and his ceremony starts at 4:30. So
4:30.
the best man, and I'm the best man. So there's no way that I will be able to watch this game on Sunday, which is a little bit of a bummer.
Yeah. How about can we go with one AirPod in the ear that's away from the picture, away from the pictures?
An earpiece, maybe?
Could I act like I'm security at the wedding? Maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got to figure something out, but I appreciate the suggestion. The other thing that is, so I'm sure you guys see on Twitter all the time, every time someone said, even last year, Josh Allen, he's one of the best in the league. And, every time there's a comment on it saying, how many rings does he have? And I know you guys have talked about that before with the championship thing, bringing down a quarterback's, legacy. It's kind of gotten to a point with me of frustration where winning the whole thing, until we do that, I'm not enjoying the games as much as I used to. And it's frustrating because I used to love every touchdown. I was celebrating with everything that happened in the Bills games, all the good and all the fun times. And, I find myself cheering less, and it's a bummer of a place to be in, I feel like I was more excited when the Sabres scored on Friday night against the Leafs. I was watching that game, and I'm like, because I want to see the playoff drought end. And I know that's a possibility, but the Super Bowl seems like it's as close as it's been. It still seems so far away.
Yeah.
And it's just gotten to a point, where it's a bit of a bummer because I'm always a positive guy and I try to be with everything. And the games have gotten to the point where they're just not as enjoyable anymore because we want to get there. So last thing I got to say is, holy cow. If the winter could go by as fast as the football season, that would be excellent because I can't believe we're already in week 9. This is insane. But, guys, I hope you enjoy the game, and I'm going to do my best to try to enjoy the games and, again, try to sneak in watching the game on Sunday. But go Bills, and have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Steve. Deep in that how much you enjoy the games, there's probably a point about how much you enjoy the games after they win the Super Bowl, too. Like the Bills win the Super Bowl this year, right? And it's the greatest day of your sporting life. And in 2 years, when they win a game against Minnesota in week 6, you're like,
yep.
Does it feel the same? I know some people have that feeling where after you win, what now? The dog that catches the car. We don't like to find out what that feels like. But, yeah, I know what you mean. Even these Bills-Chiefs games, they've been so interesting and so fun. But if the Bills win this, a Chiefs fan will come right into your mentions right away and be like, who cares, man? See you in the playoffs where we will beat you for the 5th time. So you kind of have to handle that as well. That's why for this year, it actually is different. The Bills and the Chiefs are not both running away to their divisions to go to their corners to then meet. They both have newcomers that are threatening to take the title. And for the Bills, if they lose this game, New York Times Playoff Machine puts their division odds at 30%. And if the Chiefs lose, their odds in their division go to 36%. So one of these two teams might be likely to go on the road in the first round. Not one seed, first round. So that's an added wrinkle this time. It matters head-to-head. It matters maybe more so in their own divisions. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. A lot of good, insightful thoughts today. Yeah. Good calls, good stuff. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. The latest on the trade market as we are a week out. Got Howard ranting about them needing to trade. We got Joe Biscalia's got some stats on what's going on at wide receiver. And Josh, of course, in this mix as well. 803-0550 on WGR.
These teams all jam-packed together, like, not all of them are going to be competitive throughout the entire year. Like, Boston's already showing they are not going to be one of those teams.
Right.
In fact, actually, they've played more than anybody. They've played 11 games.
Yeah. All the more reason you have to win it. Like, it's going to be a mess. So
it's going to be a mess.
You have to beat these teams.
A lot of these teams are going to come through, or some of these teams are going to come through this little 500 patch at the beginning of the year to be like actually playoff good. So yeah, I guess early on, like, emerge as one of those teams. Like, put Columbus where they probably belong, which is not really a playoff level team. And because the other thing is, a lot of those teams behind the Sabres right now are teams that you might expect are going to take a jump at some point. The teams behind them, the Rangers, the Lightning, the Maple Leafs, are three of those teams immediately behind them. I don't love the Leafs right now. I don't know that they have to be one of those teams. The Lightning, it feels like, are just going to flip a switch. I think that's already happened. So, yeah, I guess you want to call it a big game. I would also want to call it any game above them, though, a big game. Like, if they had played Ottawa tonight, who has won 3 in a row, and they're sitting at 11, like, I feel like that would be a big game.
Maybe.
Because I'm trying to I got to take a playoff spot from somebody.
Well, at some point. That part's right. Take it from Florida, who if you win tonight, you have a chance to pass them.
Yeah. Or really, like, the top 3, even though they're further ahead, like, this division should not be as good as it has been. And right now, the top 3 are Montreal, Detroit, and Ottawa. The odds that all 3 of those teams are making the playoffs are probably not that high.
Not great.
Like, one of those 3 teams would be the ones that I would want to kick out of there and find a way in. So, Alex Lyon. Put him in net.
Let's go, Alex Lyon.
Yep.
The nation turns its lonely eyes to you. I guess the question is, why does this one matter? Do you have an answer to that question? They play every year in the regular season, and they play every year in the postseason. This is the, let me check, the 37th matchup in the last 5 years. No. Why does this one matter? I'm not saying it doesn't, because I do have an answer for that. Why does this one matter to you? 803-0550. Bills Chiefs, Sunday, 425, massive game, huge spot. The ratings will be off the charts. Highmark Stadium, it'll be awesome. It's an awesome regular season game to get to. Two teams that have had their lull during the season and are probably thought of as the 2 best teams in the AFC, with New England and Indianapolis being the uprising. Why does this one matter?
To me, it feels a little different than previous seasons because can it be a measuring stick game? I think it is for me. I think it almost feels similar to maybe when the Bills maybe played the Chiefs in the first meeting of these 2 quarterbacks in 2020 or the following season in 2021. Like, let me prove that I could beat them. Let me prove that I could be on their level. I think this game feels like that to me. It is not just, hey, beat the Chiefs because I'm going for the 1 seed, or beat the Chiefs because, like, it'll feel good to beat them and I need to prove to myself that I can do it in the playoffs. Like, to me, none of that matters. It is more about just, I don't know that I'm on their level right now. And I've always felt like they're on their level.
Yeah.
To some extent. And right now I'm not as confident of that. So I think it's a measuring stick game for me. Like, are you actually elite still? Are you still one of the top contenders in the conference, in the league? Because I'm pretty darn sure Kansas City is absolutely one of them, the way that they look. They can do it kind of however they want right now. So that would be it. Prove to injury updates for the Bills yesterday. The biggest is that Ed Oliver is out indefinitely. He has a torn bicep that he picked up on Sunday against the Carolina Panthers, so he is going to be out. Daquan Jones, meanwhile, along with Terrell Bernard, Matt Milano, Josh Palmer, Sean McDermott said are all in the day-to-day category, but there's variance between all of those guys. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Sabres in action tonight, 6:45 against the Blue Jackets. With a win, Sabres would get into a playoff spot, depending on what else happens around the league. That game is at KeyBank Center tonight. And last night in the World Series, it went to 18 innings. The Dodgers win on a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run in the bottom of the 18th. The Dodgers take a 2-1 series lead over the Blue Jays. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
But Kansas City continuing to hit their stride. No doubt. As Rice makes the catch for the touchdown.
Chiefs win on Monday Night Football. They come in on a short week. Bills and Chiefs. I got to text our buddy Carrington Harrison, talk Chiefs with us someday this week. He always gets up early, comes on with us out there in Kansas City. So we'll do that. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. The trade deadline in the NFL is a week from today. The Dodgers and Blue Jays went till 2:55 in the morning.
Nuts.
Should the Major League Baseball powers that be introduce a shootout? No, I'm kidding.
A home run derby at the end of it?
I mean, 3 a.m. is aggressive.
How long could they have gone before they would have called the game? Like, we're pausing this. Or is there no pause?
They're still playing now.
If they went to 35 innings, they'd still be playing?
Be tough.
Feel like it's not possible. There has to be a limit at some point. Now, maybe it helps that local time LA, what time was it? Like midnight?
Yeah, not that bad.
It wasn't, I mean, it started with daylight out, which, by the way, not as much juice to me when the sun's
it's
out.
daytime?
Yeah. It didn't feel as big of a game when I saw it start and the sun was out.
I
Not gonna lie.
don't agree with that, only because I think the World Series is a little different for me.
Mm-hmm.
World Series Day baseball, LA, that hits a spot for me. Like, I'm good with that. Super Bowls out there are played in the daytime, and I know what you mean. Like,
Yeah,
sometimes those games,
same thing. Like, yeah, I don't like the sun up.
All right, what time sunset for Bills Chiefs?
Ooh, probably around halftime would be my
somewhere
guess.
around third quarter.
Third
that
quarter?
neighborhood. The
The game will end when it's nighttime.
The forecast for Sunday is a high of 48,
Okay.
overcast, and 48
Beautiful.
for the game. So it'll
Fine.
be cloudy and then dark. Bills Chiefs from Highmark Stadium, and the division. That to me, the most different thing about this time around. There's a couple, but both of these teams are far from made to win their division. And the last couple times they've played, one of them's gunning for the 1 seed, one's going for the 2 seed. And this time, neither is likely to get it. Indianapolis is there. New England is there. I guess I got to say Denver is there. Denver's 6-2. And their one of their 2 losses was dumb. Right?
Against the Colts?
It was against the Colts. They gave them an extra chance at a field goal.
If that penalty doesn't get thrown in that game,
They're 7-1.
They're 7-1, and the Colts are 6-2, and Denver's in first place.
Yeah.
How differently we think about Denver right now?
How different?
Denver.
How different would we think about Kansas City trying to chase down a team that has 1 loss instead of 2?
Right. I feel better.
So, anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-20550. Yesterday, one of the things that we learned was that Oliver is out for a lot. And he put on his Instagram, he'll be back just in time to play for it all. So
playoffs, maybe.
It kind of reminds me of the Micah Hyde scenario where it's like, all right, can he come back for the playoffs? Will he be ready? The year that Micah Hyde suffers that neck injury, Hyde, I think, was
neck, yeah.
This is the Bengals game. He would have been ready the next week. Yeah. So we'll see on Oliver's timeline and how soon he could get back. But we're looking at, late December, January timeline for Ed Oliver. That's not good news. But Ogunjobi's back in. Could they make a trade? Harrison Phillips is a guy that we're just going to mention because if you've played for this team before, they're going to like you, and he might be available with the Jets.
Right.
So, trade deadline a week from today. I feel like I want to say there will be some trades today in the NFL. Schefter said 2 weeks ago he expected 10 to 12 trades on Mondays and Tuesdays leading up to the deadline. And if you think about the way that the calendar will work, next week there's games on Monday night. If you don't have your trades done by then, it might be too late. Right. I know there's an actual deadline on Tuesday, but if you're a seller, if you're somebody that wants to see what you can get, don't you want to do it as soon as you can?
I do.
Not like I'm going to take less of a deal, but I'm going to put a little bit of a deadline in for all my teams. Like, let's make an offer. I don't want to be going up to right up to the deadline, and then all of a sudden, somebody backs out on me. I want to get this deal kind of banked.
Or hell, you might not want to risk a guy gets injured.
True,
right? Like you play games coming up. Miami, maybe it helps if they're selling. They play on Thursday night, so they get a couple of extra days buffer. They
play Baltimore, and Lamar is expected to play.
Yes. So they're hosting the Ravens on Thursday, so they could probably get ahead of the selling market if they want to. But right, like if I'm the Jets, like if someone's offering me a pick for Harrison Phillips, why? I guess the Jets are actually off this week, so maybe they're not the best example of this. But if I'm the Titans, they play on Sunday. They trade McCreary yesterday. Why would I play, Calvin Ridley? Well, if I think I could trade him, why would I play him on Sunday if I'm going to get an asset for him and then, he twisted an ankle and now I can't get my 4th-round pick that I was about to get for a receiver that isn't going to be a part of this long term? Like, it would make sense that you get some deals before this. The Bills traded for Amari Cooper before the deadline. Weeks before the deadline, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Will they make a trade before this week? Or will they want to see one more game, Kansas City? What do we look like? What do we need in that matchup? I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills took it till deadline day next week. But you never know.
803-0550. What's different about this year's Bills-Chiefs game? We've in years past said, who cares? 1 seed, I guess. Last year was about keeping the 1 seed race alive.
Yeah,
because Kansas City got off to such a great start. And the Bills did that and still didn't get the 1 seed and went there and lost in the playoffs. So I've got to mention here on Twitter, that it means nothing because you don't learn anything until the postseason game. And I do not think that is true. Isn't there an outcome where the Bills could play the Chiefs? And here we are saying, like, the deadline, maybe you make your moves before next week. And is Brandon Beane going to get motivated by what he sees on Sunday at 4:25? It's possible. Is it not? Somebody else gets hurt.
I mean, what if they get robbed? What then? Is that the motivation? Like, if they lose 40-17, like, it's not even competitive, which I do think is possible. Then could that even work against them? Could that be, all right, we need too much, and, like, I don't know. Like, am I supposed to trade? I'm not one player away, I guess would be that idea then. If I'm not one player away, is it still worth trying to close the gap? I would say yes. I think they probably would too. Maybe you look at what exactly you need. How does Max Hairston look? I mean, corner, if Hairston looks good again, I thought a couple weeks ago corner was maybe the most likely position that they would trade for. And him being able to get back on the field against Carolina and having it go okay, and if he plays even more against Kansas City and it looks good again, like, to me, corner's probably out.
Yeah.
Unless they want to, like, add, like, a depth guy because they don't want to be an injury away from Tre'Davious White going in. I mean, maybe that. But they're not going out trading for some. They're not getting Tariq Woolen, right? Like, that's out. If Max Hairston,
I don't think so.
As long as Hairston is healthy at this point. So there's nothing that could happen to receiver. I don't think they would get that. They would knock that off the list. Is that fair?
I don't think so. Well, put it this way.
The list at all.
They would knock it off the list for
like a depth move.
For a person that has it on their list, no, nothing will knock it off the list.
That's what I mean.
If you don't have it on your list, then I don't know that you need to be convinced otherwise.
That's more what I mean. Like, nothing changes if Curtis Samuel goes for 60 yards on Sunday, does it?
I don't think so, but
one game of, like, somebody like that making some sort of impact that would change everything we've seen for the rest of the season. Because for me, it wouldn't, and I would hope that anybody that had it on their list already wouldn't go, "Oh, Elijah Moore had 45 yards today. I don't need this anymore."
Also, by the way, pointed out on Twitter, clocks go back this weekend, so sunlight. You get more sunlight for Bills Chiefs.
Oh wait, okay, right. Yeah.
Matt is up next. Hey, Matt. Good morning. Hello.
The call. So a couple things. One, like you guys had a caller like before that was talking about how he doesn't think that Allen looks good.
Yep.
I don't really necessarily put the blame on Allen. I put the blame on the receivers for not being able to get separation, even though Allen has plenty of time to be able to throw the ball. My thing about this week is that if Buffalo doesn't control the clock and they're able, I think we're gonna get killed this week. Honestly, if he's not able, if he's separation, we're going to get killed. And that's like the other thing that you guys said too. Like, do you want to wait one more week for Kansas City, see how they play against Kansas City? No, I want another wide receiver for this game. Maybe one that could just get open with the amount of time that Allen has. Because if I'm Kansas City, I'm packing the line, stopping the run, and then like how you guys said, blitz.
Yeah,
we're not good. These guys can't get open. So that's just my opinion.
I think that's a lot to have happen, a guy to show up today and then be able to perform for you on Sunday. I'm not saying it's impossible. Amari Cooper showed up last year, and in his first game with the Bills, he went 4 for 66 and a touchdown. And in the touchdown, he didn't even know where he was supposed to go, right? Coleman told him, like right before the snap. So it can happen, but I think it's a lot to say. It's a lot to have a guy show up 4 days before and expect he'll make a difference this Sunday. Like, if they traded for a receiver, I wouldn't be worried about this Sunday. I'd be like, just get him in the fold so that he can help me even in the postseason or just down the stretch of the regular season. Like, that would be a more fair expectation. And I also don't expect they're going to get a receiver that will matter that much anyway. If they did trade for, like, Brandon Cooks, I think it might help a little. But I'm not thinking, like, oh, big game-breaking impact coming from this guy. Like, I might get a couple more catches in more dangerous areas, but my expectations are modest, I think. I think they could do it. I think more than you that they could actually trade for a guy at that position. I just don't think it's going to be a big name. I don't think it's going to be Brian Thomas. I don't think it's going to be Chris Olave.
No. Is Brandon, if it is Brandon Cooks, is that even enough to really register? You're swapping out Brandon Cooks for who? Like Tyrell Shavers for Elijah Moore?
Sure. Sure.
Like, is that there's the make
Does
there's
it
the make
feel kind of like when they brought John Brown back a couple of years ago? I'd hope Cooks is a little bit above that. It's not like he's done much this year. He's got 17 catches for 149 yards. It's not like he did much last year for Dallas. So he's nearing the end of his career. So, I mean, if it was a guy on that level, the difference is, though, he plays a role that I don't think they have. So he might be on the field a good amount if they traded for a guy like that. He'd be running those routes down the field. And to be fair to him, maybe the best case for a guy like that is, and maybe Cook specifically, this is true, he is a downfield receiver throughout his career. He's also a separator. What role does he play in New Orleans? He's not doing that because that's Rashid Shaheed's job, who, of course, is the guy I'd much rather have. Cooks, I don't know what his role really is there right now. The thing that he's been good at in his career, they have another guy for. So that would be, I think, your hope is, well, I can get him for free, and I don't have a guy like that, so he's going to do that for me when he hasn't really been asked to in New Orleans. Best case.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. If you were watching last night in Kansas City, you may have caught virtual measurement.
I did.
Maybe for the first time. I don't know how many times it's come up.
I've seen it like twice before that this season.
All right.
But I don't think I've seen it on like a primetime game. It was both. They were in red zone both
The
times I saw it.
virtual measurement. Bills fans, if it gave you flashbacks, well, there's a fourth down play.
Zach Ertz. Yep.
Yeah. Mariota throws it to Zach Ertz, who splits two Kansas City defenders and is marked down. And did he get a first down? Was the knee down? It's darn near impossible to see exactly where the ball was. But the ball gets spotted, and then it's time for the revolutionary Hawkeye technology, which I'm wrong about a lot of things. A lot of things. But one thing I was right about is the entire offseason, it seemed as if every NFL insider on the top level, every headline was purposely misleading. Revolutionary technology to change the way we measure first downs. I saw hundreds, maybe not, scores, Joe, scores of highlights of the revolutionary technology on the screen, like the words there, to Josh Allen's fourth down run against the Chiefs in the playoffs last year, in the AFC Championship game. Oh, this won't happen anymore. And Chiefs fans are in there. Of course, they're changing the rules for Josh Allen, blah, blah, blah. Which, of course, none of that was true. The entire virtual measurement system was sold as a lie for an entire year. Every headline about it was a lie. You click the link and it would say, like, the ball will still be spotted by an official. We'll just have a virtual system instead of the chain gang. The chain gang is going away.
Yeah.
Because of this revolutionary technology. How many headlines you see about that? And I kept screaming into this microphone. They're trying to convince you they've added something that does not exist for them. And sure enough, what happened last night in Kansas City? They mark them about, I don't know, a couple inches short.
It was 5 inches short, yeah.
Yes, we know
exactly.
All we know now
is the exact
only
number.
thing that actually changes. Now we know how many inches.
Which really doesn't matter.
10 years ago, we were doing fourth in inches. Now,
we know
look
how
at
many
this.
inches.
We know exactly how many inches it is. And this whole process is supposed to be expedited, right? Oh, it's going to be so fast. What happened in this game last night? I got an official taking a knee. He's kneeling down.
Yeah, he knows this is going to take a minute.
What are they going to call us and let us know what this is?
It did take about as much time as
It
the chain
took
gang would have taken.
plenty of time. And then sure enough, like, 5 inches short. Meanwhile, you go back and watch the play and you think, I don't know that was a very good spot. Because, of course, the spot is the same as it always was. So thanks, NFL. Millions of football fans last night learned that the entire offseason, every headline they read, not story, every headline they read about this revolutionary technology and like, chain gang, it's still just spotted by the officials? Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't understand why or how they got so many people to act like it was a big change. Nothing actually changed. So, 5 inches short. If they had this technology last year, we would know how many inches short Josh Allen was. We don't.
Right.
What would we call it? Would we call it fourth and an inch? Would we call it 2 inches?
Fourth and an inch.
The 3-inch game?
Or a foot. They always skip feet. Yards are yards to inches.
That's right.
It could be 2 feet short.
True.
And it would still be
But we don't know. We don't know what
Within a
Josh
yard.
Allen was short on that quarterback sneak on 4th down. If only we knew exactly how many inches.
For me, I definitely agree. Like, I think they sold a lie, basically, which was ridiculous. My greatest hope, though, is that this is a baby step towards hopefully doing the spot at some point in the future. Having this mean, like, where the spot ball is spotted, which is not what is happening right now at all.
Andrew in Cheektowaga before the break. Hey, Andrew, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Jeremy, Joe? Good morning. How are you?
Morning.
It's so funny you guys are bringing up this. I was just thinking to myself, my shame with you're talking about the not using the technology at our disposal, and I guess that placates into the fact that I guess you could, if you go along that venture in that path of thinking that things are fixed to a certain level or degree, NFL fixes it or whomever wants to do, with all these busts happening lately with referees and things like that in other sports. But anyways, the reason I called, what about something that you were touching base on, picking up guys from the past that they like and bringing them back and things like that? I mean, we have Gabe Davis on the roster. I mean, in your opinion, what are the two things that you guys would say Gabe Davis does the best?
Blocks.
Yep.
I mean,
And the Conor McGregor touchdown walk. He's really good at that. He's got a real good celebration.
I mean, when he was at his best, he was catching. He was like leading the league in yards per reception. That was maybe more of a Josh Allen thing, but
he was like a 20-yard target guy down the field. Not just always over the top, but like the corner routes. Like they threw to him, on the sidelines. Toe drag Gabe, like toe swag Gabe, whatever.
I'll say this, like I just said, like I think it was more of a Josh Allen game. Maybe you're about to say this, Andrew. Like the more time that goes on that people are not catching those balls down the field, I think the better and better it does look for Gabe Davis.
Yeah, that's more or less what touch on my point. What about something as simplistic as literally just not getting rid of per se, but putting number 18, I forget his name, putting Moore back down to the practice squad, or putting Curtis Samuel back down to the practice squad, bring Gabe Davis back up, and literally have him do two things. You go streak route, go as deep as you can, and we're either going to throw it to you, or you're just a distraction for another guy coming over the middle or just underneath that route, and you're distracting the safety because they know Gabe Davis can go deep, and they know he's effective at going deep when they do it. Or you pass block. Those are literally the only two things that you do. You pass block on running plays, when we run sweeps to your direction or just on general, or you run a streak, and that's it. Nothing else. What about that idea?
Well, there's only one problem, and that's that Gabe Davis was never really good at beating man coverage, and he would have to beat man coverage. Like what's happening to the Bills a lot is they are seeing man coverage on their outside receivers saying, we don't think your receivers can win a one-on-one, and especially with Josh Palmer out. And is Gabe much different? I'm not convinced that he is. Especially because he's also years removed from his best football. He's coming off an injury.
Yep.
And
we don't even know how healthy he is.
Is it an idea that they could and should explore? Sure. Is it? I mean, it's definitely not impossible. When they brought him back to the practice squad, like he's hurt, but he's got chemistry with the quarterback. The quarterback might trust him. If there are really issues about Allen trusting stuff, he always used to trust Gabe. So
yeah,
I don't think it's the worst idea. I don't think it's the best idea, but this the separation point, like that's not getting better with Gabe. The separation idea. But could you just get production anyway?
Well, let me ask you, right. What did you say yesterday, though? I don't need a number one receiver. I just need a guy that's going to give me more than the guys that are on the roster right now. I don't think Gabe Davis is very good at separation at all. I don't think he's good at beating man coverage. Is he better at it down the field than Keon Coleman is?
I don't know. He's been hurt. He's been hurt.
It would be hard to be worse. Be hard to be worse.
If he's unable to run, that's a problem.
I mean, here's one way of putting Coleman versus Gabe. This is just 20-plus yard receptions, of 20-plus air yards or deep receptions. In Gabe Davis's last year with the Bills, which was maybe it was his worst year with the Bills. I mean, he was getting zeros every other game. Like, he really got phased out at the end of the season. Davis had 17 deep receptions that season. In the last 2 years, Coleman has 14. And that wasn't even a good year for Gabe. And he had more than Coleman has last year and this year combined. So, like, I don't think Gabe Davis is the best answer. But is he better at...
It's an alternative.
Is he better at that job right now than Keon Coleman is? Right now, you might have to say no because he's not healthy. If I could get to a point where Gabe's healthy, I'm telling you, I'd rather see him out there than Coleman.
803-0550. How about the Bills' defense against this Kansas City offense? One thing I thought about for last night, watching them on this matchup, will be very interesting to see how they approach it and how Hairston might give them the ability to really play differently. So we'll get to that. We'll get to your phone calls, 803-0550. Sabres assistant coach Seth Appert at 8 ahead of tonight's game against Columbus. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30 here on WGR.
Me that you can even hang with this team close.
If you're a seller, if you're somebody that wants to see what you can get, don't you want to do it as soon as you can?
I do.
Not like I'm going to take less of a deal, but I'm going to put a little bit of a deadline in for all my teams. Like, let's make an offer. I don't want to be going up to right up to the deadline, and then all of a sudden, somebody backs out on me. I want to get this deal kind of banked.
Or hell, you might not want to risk a guy gets injured.
True,
right? Like you play games coming up. Miami, maybe it helps if they're selling. They play on Thursday night. So they get a couple of extra days buffer here.
They play Baltimore, and Lamar is expected to play.
Yes. So they're hosting the Ravens on Thursday, so they could probably get ahead of the selling market if they want to. But if I'm the Jets, if someone's offering me a pick for Harrison Phillips, why? I guess the Jets are actually off this week, so maybe they're not the best example of this. But if I'm the Titans, they play on Sunday. They trade McCreary yesterday. Why would I play, Calvin Ridley? Well, if I think I could trade him, why would I play him on Sunday if I'm going to get an asset for him and then, he twisted an ankle and now I can't get my 4th-round pick that I was about to get for a receiver that isn't going to be a part of this long term? It would make sense that you get some deals before this. The Bills traded for Amari Cooper before the deadline. Weeks before the deadline, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Will they make a trade before this week? Or will they want to see one more game, Kansas City? What do we look like? What do we need in that matchup? I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills took
Join Sal Capaccio as he does the Northtown Automotive Extra.
But you never know. Sabres in action tonight, 6:45 against the Columbus Blue Jackets. If they win, they will enter into a playoff spot. Blue Jays fall last night in the World Series, game number 3 to the Dodgers. Freddie Freeman with a walk-off home run in the 18th inning. The game went to almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Game 4 is tonight, whatever those two teams have left. The Bills injury update yesterday, the biggest of which is Ed Oliver is out indefinitely. He has a torn bicep. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I'm always going to want everything to improve, but when we were running the ball yesterday, we didn't really need to pass it, especially once we kind of got rolling into the second half, and there's always elements that we got to clean up. There was opportunities out there yesterday that we didn't hit. Some of that is technique, some of that is pulling the trigger and making the decision, some of that is scheme related, right? So it's always a combination of it, but I think anytime you run the ball for 240, you're going to be pleased with how the game went, and fortunately, we didn't have to pass the ball. If you look back at the Baltimore game, we've shown if we need to pass the ball in passing situations, we can do it. So I have no concerns with the pass game.
Bills offensive coordinator Joe Brady.
Man, I don't know how you could have no concerns.
Well,
no concerns. All right.
Yeah.
He's got to say that.
Yes. I have instant trivia for you here, and also watching the highlights of last night's World Series game. So the Blue Jays and the Dodgers went to 18 innings, went to 2:55 in the morning.
Almost a 7-hour baseball game.
The highlight package includes clips, cutaways to the fruit plates and charcuterie boards that they delivered to the dugouts.
Yeah.
And approximately 10 warning track shots from the Dodgers.
Yeah, right. They came so close every inning.
The number of times you thought that game was over on a walk-off shot. If you're at that game, maybe you're thinking you see a walk-off shot in the 13th and the 14th and then the 15th. We can't leave. We've been so close to a walk-off home run. They finally get one.
You know it's coming at some point.
Finally in the 18th inning. So Dodgers up 2-1 in that series. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. NFL trade deadline is a week from today. Last night the Chiefs beat the Commanders, who played Marcus Mariota instead of Jaden Daniels, has been out with an injury. So Mariota looked okay. I know it says 28-7. Can I give you a stat here?
Sure.
Ben Gretsch, who covers the league, yards per Gretsch, he's online. One thing that was notable in the NFL this week, I should say, the blowouts, right?
Yeah.
The margin of victory. And he makes a case here that this will be more normal now. And it should be more normal now.
Mm-hmm.
So just think for a minute about how these games go. For a long time, coaches played, if they're down, they want to stay close.
Yeah.
And now what do teams do a lot more? They go for fourth downs.
Right.
You're going to go for a fourth down. I don't want to fall out of this game. He pointed out Atlanta and Miami this week. Mm-hmm. Atlanta-Miami, it is 17-3.
Mm-hmm.
And in the third quarter, it's 24-3. Sorry, it was 17-3, and Bijan fumbled. They go 24-3. The Falcons went for it on fourth down from their own 41 on the very next drive, and then from their own 35 on the drive after that. Mm-hmm. Last night, you actually saw the Commanders give up way early in that game. They punted they're down 21 points, and they punted. But more and more teams are just going to go for more fourth downs.
Yeah.
And there will be games where you don't get those fourth downs, and what happens? All of a sudden, it's, I'm no longer trying to keep this game close. Sure, we're only down by 10. Sure, we're only down by 14. Miss a fourth down. We lost by 30.
Right.
That is more likely to happen in the age of everybody goes for fourth downs a lot more than they used to.
Well, I mean, last night it was earlier in the game, and they were not gimme field goals by any means. But the Commanders go for 2 fourth downs in Chiefs territory. If they take both those field goals, they're up 6-0.
And they don't take them.
And they decide to go for both, and they don't get either one.
They are very deep, though. One's like a 58-yard field goal.
One was a 58-yard field goal, and the other one was a 48-yard field goal.
This also gets to the Lions-Chiefs game. The Lions lose by 13 points.
Yeah.
And it's not like they were blown out in this game. The team stats, like the team yards, total yards, Lions 297, Chiefs 355. In this email I got from Ben Gretsch, I subscribed to his Substack. He's at yards per Gretsch. He pointed out that you're going to start seeing points up and yards not. Miami
Yeah.
scores 34 against Atlanta, and their total yards is under 400. Why? Teams going for fourth downs more often, short fields more readily available, games kind of spiral in terms of the outcome and the point total. So, something to keep an eye on for some of these blowout wins. Last night was a very competitive, very close game that the Commanders lose by 21. If I'm watching that game, I'm thinking like, all right, if I have my starting quarterback, maybe a couple of bounces here or there. The Commanders took a really bad penalty.
Mm-hmm. The Deebo Samuel play in the first drive that goes right to a Chief.
They also, the Chiefs had a pass go off the face of Travis Kelce, too.
That's true.
He dropped one, too. Like, you'll see the stat, Mahomes had 2 turnovers on his first 2 drives.
First time.
For the first time in his career. And that's in large part because the first pick was Kyer Elam against the Steelers. The guy turns around and the ball's in his arms.
Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah. And the second one was off of Kelce's head or hands. All right, we'll get Buff in Dallas, and then I've got instant trivia off of Travis Kelce's game last night. Buff, good morning. You're on WGR.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I was watching that game just a little bit last night, and the way Chiefs was moving the football, Rasheed Weiss, kind of similar to Keon Coleman. What I like to see the offense utilize him underneath on the linebackers as far as scheming him open. I mean, he was killing it, dude. The little 7-stop and back out, catching the passes, scored on that one. And then also, as far as our defense, I think that zone will not work this week. We're going to have to do some high safety, just some bump and run coverages. So defense get a little pressure on Mahomes. Just want to get your take on what type of defensive scheme you can see us running this week.
Yeah, thanks, Buff. Tease this going to the break. Like, I had that thought. Mahomes picks apart your zone. He'll do whatever he wants unless the pass rush gets there. So the 2 additions that the Bills have made, maybe the highest profile additions, can Michael Hoyt, when mixed in with their pass rush, make a difference? And can Max Hairston cover these receivers in man coverage? Right? Is that what they're going to try to do? Because Hairston's got elite speed. He can keep up with Tyquan Thornton. He can keep up with Xavier Worthy, maybe. So I don't know if the Bills decide to go more man in this game, try to defend the Chiefs differently than they have. You might have some that are ready to make the case that however they want to defend them in the playoffs, they should not show them here. But the divisional race, and I don't think there's any room to hold anything back really for either one of these teams. They're both in wild card spots needing to get wins. And for the Chiefs, I think they need wins to make the playoffs because they already have stacked a couple of losses and their schedule gets tough. They play the Bills. They play the Colts. They still play the Broncos twice. They still play the Chargers. Mm-hmm. So I don't think anybody's holding anything back, and it'll be very interesting to see how much the Bills go to man coverage against the Chiefs versus zone and what they can do in the pass rush. Because Mahomes this year, Mahomes is running and evading the rush and making plays after like off-schedule stuff better than the last 2 years. For 2 years, that was a lot of their lull. He just kind of stopped being as successful doing that, and now he's been very, very good at it. And he ran for, 40 yards last night again? I'm really waiting for, is Mahomes doing too much? Because every game that they play is he throws for a bunch, and he also runs for a bunch. Did he lead them in rushing yesterday?
I don't know if he led them yesterday, but he's led them a lot. Does he lead them in the season? I think he had 30 yesterday because I know the over hit on Mahomes, I think.
His over hit.
30 yards was third on the team. Pacheco got hurt.
He did.
Late in the game. So you might get a little more Brashard Smith this year or this week.
Maybe. Kareem Hunt, Brashard Smith.
He's running this is last year too, isn't it? The last 2 years, Mahomes is running more than he really ever has.
This year especially. His pressure to sack is back up to where it should be.
Yeah.
Where last year it was a mess.
Yeah, he is. Well, he doesn't lead them now. He's 49 behind Pacheco for the team lead. It's not much. It's 329 for Pacheco, 280 for Mahomes through 8 games.
Is Mahomes doing too much?
He's on pace for 500 yards rushing almost.
Yeah. 803-0550, the phone number. Washington last night, Mariota got picked off twice.
So they're 3-5 now?
Yep. They're in trouble. The NFC is...
Yeah, if he doesn't get back.
The NFC is so good, 3-5 looks kind of dead. So,
yeah, a little bit.
Instant trivia when we return. Put your thinking caps on. Got one off of last night. One of the touchdowns in the game last night has me check on the all-time ranks. Jeremy and Joe, it's instant trivia, and then Seth Appert on the Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight from KeyBank Center here on WGR. If you're a seller, if you're somebody that wants to see what you can get, don't you want to do it as soon as you can?
I do.
Not like I'm going to take less of a deal, but I'm going to put a little bit of a deadline in for all my teams. Like, let's make an offer. I don't want to be going up to right up to the deadline, and then all of a sudden, somebody backs out on me. I want to get this deal kind of banked.
Or hell, you might not want to risk a guy gets injured.
True,
right? Like you play games coming up. Miami, maybe it helps if they're selling. They play on Thursday night. So they get a couple of extra days buffer here.
They play Baltimore, and Lamar is expected to play.
Yes. So they're hosting the Ravens on Thursday, so they could probably get ahead of the selling market if they want to. But like if I'm the Jets, like if someone's offering me a pick for Harrison Phillips, why? I guess the Jets are actually off this week, so maybe they're not the best example of this. But if I'm the Titans, they play on Sunday. They trade McCreary yesterday. Why would I play, Calvin Ridley? Well, if I think I could trade him, why would I play him on Sunday if I'm going to get an asset for him and then, he twisted an ankle and now I can't get my 4th-round pick that I was about to get for a receiver that isn't going to be a part of this long term? Like, it would make sense that you'll get some deals before this. The Bills traded for Amari Cooper before the deadline. Weeks before the deadline, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Will they make a trade before this week? Or will they want to see one more game, Kansas City? What do we look like? What do we need in that matchup? I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills took it till deadline day next week. But you never know.
I guess the question is, why does this one matter? Do you have an answer to that question? They play every year in the regular season, and they play every year in the postseason. This is the, let me check, the 37th matchup in the last 5 years. No. Why does this one matter? I'm not saying it doesn't, because I do have an answer for that. Why does this one matter to you? 803-0550. Bills-Chiefs, Sunday, 425, massive game. Huge spot. The ratings will be off the charts. Highmark Stadium. It'll be awesome. It's an awesome regular season game to get to. Two teams that have had their lull during the season and are probably thought of as the two best teams in the AFC, with New England and Indianapolis being the uprising. Why does this one matter?
To me, it feels a little different than previous seasons because can it be a measuring stick game? I think it is for me. I think it almost feels similar to maybe when the Bills maybe played the Chiefs in the first meeting of these two quarterbacks in 2020 or the following season in 2021. Like, let me prove that I could beat them. Let me prove that I could be on their level. I think this game feels like that to me. It is not just, hey, beat the Chiefs because I'm going for the 1 seed, or beat the Chiefs because it'll feel good to beat them and I need to prove to myself that I can do it in the playoffs. To me, none of that matters. It is more about just, I don't know that I'm on their level right now. And I've always felt like they're on their level.
Yeah.
To some extent. And right now I'm not as confident of that. So I think it's a measuring stick game for me. Are you actually elite still? Are you still one of the top contenders in the conference, in the league? Because I'm pretty darn sure Kansas City is absolutely one of them. The way that they look, they can do it kind of however they want right now. So that would be it. Prove to me that you can even hang with this team close.
So, caller 5 right now. Caller 5 can win tickets. Yes, that's right. We're giving away tickets. Call 221-4WGR. Caller 5 wins a pair of tickets to see Eric Church with special guest Ella Langley on February 13th at KeyBank Center, courtesy of Messina Touring Group. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
All right. Did you see that the Dolphins, with their win, went from the 2nd pick to the 7th pick?
No.
In the draft?
I did not see that.
They are... I saw Dolphins. The only reason I saw this is Dolphins fans are mad now that they're going to do what they did last year, which was start really terribly, get to 7 wins, and pick like 13th. They are now living the life that we lived.
Yes.
For a long, long time.
There was a time.
The heroic run to the 12th pick, right. Basically.
Are you ready for instant trivia?
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's do some instant trivia. So last night in that game for the Chiefs and the Commanders.
Okay.
Travis Kelce.
It's going to be tight end trivia?
Yes. Travis Kelce caught his 83rd touchdown.
Okay.
Scored his 83rd touchdown, which is tied for the Chiefs' all-time lead, 83. Priest Holmes also.
He didn't have that record already?
He did not. Priest Holmes scored 83.
Okay.
Priest Holmes scored 83 touchdowns in 65 games.
Wow.
Yeah, right?
That dude was amazing.
Yes. So anyway.
Yeah.
Kelce is 5th all-time among receiving touchdowns for tight ends.
Okay.
According to Pro Football Reference, there are 9... how do I want to say this?
Okay.
Just do this. The top 10 all-time in tight ends for touchdowns.
Okay.
Give me that. And what I'll add in at the end here is I'm on the Hall of Fame monitor. Like, these guys should all be in the Hall of Fame, according to Pro Football Reference, based on touchdown production.
Are they all in?
They are not. Like,
okay.
No. There's a few that will get, like, Kelsey's not in. Kelsey's on the list.
Gronkowski.
Gronk is not in. He's third.
And he will.
Gronk is third all-time in tight end touchdowns.
Okay. Tony Gonzalez.
Number 2, 111.
If those two are 2 and I would have thought for sure one of those 3 were going to be number 1. Okay, so what about is Shannon Sharp in the top 10?
He is 62.
I don't think he's number 1.
No, 62.
Okay.
The average Hall of Fame tight end, they at Pro Football Reference put in 59 touchdowns for the average Hall of Fame tight end in their Hall of Fame monitor.
Okay.
Sharp has 62. Kelsey has 83. You mentioned Gronk and Gonzalez.
Is number 1 Antonio Gates?
It is 116 touchdowns.
Okay.
So you have 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And 5.
How far back do I want to go here? What about
they're all modern era except for one guy that is too far back that I'll just give it to you. His Jerry Smith.
Okay, thank you, because that wasn't the one I was.
He played in the 60s and 70s.
I was going to guess like Ozzie Newsome.
Everybody else you've heard of and probably you might have watched them all play.
Okay,
maybe you're younger than me, but they're all modern era.
That means there's somebody in the early 2000s, maybe.
Yes, 90s? For sure.
Okay.
Touchdowns.
How about?
Oh,
is Mark? No, Mark Andrews can't be up there, is he?
Mark Andrews is outside the top 10. He might get there if he has a couple more good years.
Okay.
He's got 53 touchdowns.
I'm trying to think, is there anybody else that would still be playing right now?
No.
Nobody's active?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Oh, no.
No.
Could Dallas Clark be in the top 10?
No, he is not.
I thought
he's just outside.
So maybe there is no Peyton Manning tight end on here?
No.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, Greg Olsen?
Correct. Greg Olsen, 60.
Okay.
He's right on the number, just above the average Hall of Fame tight end. You got Greg Olsen, Shannon Sharp. You're missing 3 names.
Jimmy Graham.
Number 4 all-time in touchdowns by tight end. 2 more.
Oh, and you got an idea here? I think I'm running out.
I'll give you the teams they primarily produced for if you'd like.
I'll hear that. I need some help.
Yes, I'm ready to. Yeah, I'm ready to. Oh wait, let me guess one more.
Okay.
I'm looking at the standings, and I'm looking at the Giants logo. Is Jeremy Shockey in the top 10?
No. This player played his entire career with one team.
Jason Witten?
Until he went to Vegas at the very end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jason Witten is
I almost
correct.
stopped myself because I remember he played for the Raiders and caught a touchdown against the Bills.
And this player played primarily for one team.
Okay.
Had a late stint with Washington.
Ooh.
Like everybody has a late stint with
right?
Washington, don't they? It's still happening. Bobby Wagner and Von Miller.
Maybe the most famous moment of
Deion Sanders.
Most famous moment of this player's career, there might have been a few, but was his coach saying you can't win with him.
Oh, Vernon Davis?
Yes. Vernon Davis.
Can't coach him.
Can't coach him.
Can't do it.
Can't win with him.
Can't do it.
No. He ends up the number 7th all-time in touchdowns by tight end.
No, Heath Miller on this list or anything?
Nope.
How far down the list is your page open to? How far down does it go? Does it go down far enough to find a Bills tight end? Probably not.
Put it this
right?
way. It goes far enough that I have Blake Bell and Ben Utecht on the list. You want to find the
I want to bet that there isn't a Bill inside the top 100.
Well, the problem is they're not listed by team, and I don't know every single player if they had an appearance with the Bills.
Right.
The earliest I can look at, I'll just scan very quickly, and someone will point out I'm wrong because you forgot that so-and-so played for the Bills.
Is Charles Clay going to be there?
Oh, God, no.
Dawson Knox? I mean, you do go 90s, it could be Remersma. Or Metzlars, I should say.
Pete Metzlar's 29 touchdowns.
Where's that rank?
Way down.
Wait, yeah.
All-time Bills tight end touchdowns?
It's nothing.
It's Metzlar's. Dawson Knox is 3 away from the record. So
I say does he do it?
How many more years does he have?
He's 3 away from the Bills' all-time record?
Mm-hmm.
What are his odds to break that?
How many more years does he have? 10?
Is it possible this is 10? Maybe. Yeah.
803-0550. It is WGR. Dawson Knox. Yeah, I think he'll get that record. This week.
Well, he won't do it this year.
Don't forget Dawson Knox, by the way. Schmincade, due respect. Dawson Knox has been a Chief killer. Knox has caught big touchdowns against the Chiefs all over the place. Deep down the field at Arrowhead. A game-winning touchdown there the year that they close it out with the Taron Johnson pick.
Yep.
Dawson Knox has beaten the Chiefs up quite a bit. Chiefs week. Seth Appert of the Sabres on the other side as we prepare for tonight's Sabres Blue Jackets game. I'm calling it a big game. Prepare yourself. They could get into a playoff spot, and they're playing, Columbus. We're calling it a big game. Seth Appert on the other side. Howard picks the Bills at 8:30.
These teams all jam-packed together, not all of them are going to be competitive throughout the entire year. Boston's already showing they are not going to be one of those teams.
Right.
In fact, actually, they've played more than anybody. They've played 11 games.
Yeah. All the more reason you have to win it. It's going to be a mess. So
it's going to be a mess.
You have to beat these teams.
A lot of these teams are going to come through, or some of these teams are going to come through this little 500 patch at the beginning of the year to be actually playoff good. So yeah, I guess early on, emerge as one of those teams. Put Columbus where they probably belong, which is not really a playoff level team. And because the other thing is, a lot of those teams behind the Sabres right now are teams that you might expect are going to take a jump at some point. The teams behind them, the Rangers, the Lightning, the Maple Leafs, are 3 of those teams immediately behind them. I don't love the Leafs right now. I don't know that they have to be one of those teams. The Lightning, it feels like, are just going to flip a switch. I think that's already happened. So, yeah, I guess you want to call it a big game. I would also want to call it any game above them, though, a big game. If they had played Ottawa tonight, who has won 3 in a row, and they're sitting at 11, I feel like that would be a big game.
Maybe.
Because I'm trying to I got to take a playoff spot from somebody.
Well, at some point. That part's right. Take it from Florida, who if you win tonight, you have a chance to pass them.
Yeah, or really the top 3, even though they're further ahead. This division should not be as good as it has been. And right now, the top 3 are Montreal, Detroit, and Ottawa. The odds that all 3 of those teams are making the playoffs are probably not that high.
Not great.
One of those 3 teams would be the ones that I would want to kick out of there and find a way in. So, Alex Lyon. Put him in net.
Let's go, Alex Lyon.
Yep.
The nation turns its lonely eyes to you. If you're a seller, if you're somebody that wants to see what you can get, don't you want to do it as soon as you can?
I do.
Not like I'm going to take less of a deal, but I'm going to put a little bit of a deadline in for all my teams. Like, let's make an offer. I don't want to be going up to right up to the deadline, and then all of a sudden, somebody backs out on me. I want to get this deal kind of banked.
Or hell, you might not want to risk a guy gets injured.
True,
right? Like you play games coming up. Miami, maybe it helps if they're selling. They play on Thursday night. So they get a couple of extra days buffer here.
They play Baltimore, and Lamar is expected to play.
Yes. So they're hosting the Ravens on Thursday, so they could probably get ahead of the selling market if they want to. But like if I'm the Jets, like if someone's offering me a pick for Harrison Phillips, why? I guess the Jets are actually off this week, so maybe they're not the best example of this. But if I'm the Titans, they play on Sunday. They trade McCreary yesterday. Why would I play, Calvin Ridley? Well, if I think I could trade him, why would I play him on Sunday if I'm going to get an asset for him and then, he twisted an ankle and now I can't get my 4th-round pick that I was about to get for a receiver that isn't going to be a part of this long term? Like, it would make sense that you get some deals before this. The Bills traded for Amari Cooper before the deadline. Weeks before the deadline, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Will they make a trade before this week? Or will they want to see one more game, Kansas City? What do we look like? What do we need in that matchup? I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills took it till deadline day next week. But you never know. Sabres in action tonight, 6:45 puck drop because the league is staggered starts throughout the NHL. We'll talk with Seth Appert about the state of the team coming up next. Sabres and Blue Jackets at KeyBank Center tonight. The Bills with an injury update yesterday. Ed Oliver, torn bicep. He is out indefinitely. Oliver posted on Instagram that he could be back later in the year, but not for a while at least. The Barnes Firm Injury Report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Last night, the Chiefs win on Monday Night Football, 28-7 over the Commanders. The Dodgers and the Blue Jays played an almost 7-hour baseball game that went 18 innings. Freddie Freeman wins it with a walk-off in the bottom of the 18th. 2-1 series lead for the Dodgers. Game 4 is tonight. Join WGR and Bud Light for Buffalo Football Friday Happy Hour. Chopin Bulldog will be broadcasting live this Friday, 3 to 7 p.m. at Neighbors Pub, 337 Kenmore Avenue. Avenue. Chance to win a Josh Allen jersey, no purchase necessary, and you can enjoy other Football Friday live broadcasts coming up at Leo's and at Mitchell's. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly, 21 plus.
A little bit of net front, still up high. Sabres with 2 in front. Zucker the main one. There's a shot. Scores! Tage Thompson lets it rip! And a power play goal! Gives the Sabres a 3-2 lead with 12:54 remaining in the third period here in Toronto.
Sabres game night tonight. They'll be playing the Columbus Blue Jackets at KeyBank Center. And we check in with our Sabres conversation Tuesdays at 8 o'clock. From Lindy Ruff to Seth Apper this time around. Seth Apper joining us on the Wester Hotline to chat about tonight's game with the Columbus Blue Jackets and all that's going on with the Sabres as well. Seth, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking some time today.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Ooh, we got might have a bit of phone trouble. We're going to have Joe pick you up and see if we can get that squared away. Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight. The Sabres sit outside the playoff picture, but with a chance to, well, it's tough to guess the standings tonight because every team plays.
Yep.
It is the frozen frenzy. There are staggered tee times tee times. Listen to me. What can I say? Golf's on the brain.
I mean, it's been freezing out. It's not like we've been playing like every day here.
I've got Golf League tonight. What can I say? It's on my brain.
Oh, Golf League.
But that said,
Golf League with the game on in the background?
That's the plan. But Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight, part of the staggering of face-offs. I almost did it again.
You almost did it again.
Staggering of face-offs on the frozen frenzy. Seth, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Thanks for taking time today.
Good morning, guys. Sound better?
Yes,
sir.
Much better. Seth, a lot going on, of course. Game tonight. Maybe the biggest news right at Sabres.com, the front page, is anticipation for Michael Kesselring's debut. So does that look like it's the kind of thing that might happen tonight? I mean, Kesselring, we're waiting to see him. He had the injury, and now, 9-10 games into the season, maybe it's time to get Kesselring in lineup for the first time.
Yeah, we're excited about that. We'll see how morning skate is and how he's feeling. But, that was a big off-season acquisition for us, getting him and Doan. Doan has been outstanding and adding so many different things into our lineup, offensively but also physically. And, we're excited to get Kesselring into that decor. Decor's playing real good as it is right now. And adding a player of his caliber, his size, we're something we're very excited about, and I think there's a good chance of that tonight.
What have you learned about Kesselring since acquiring him? I mean, like the scouting report would have been there, reasons to like him, to bring him in, and he's not yet played a game, but of course, like you guys would be getting to know him at this point, his makeup, what he's like. What have you learned about Kesselring?
I think that, what you'd heard, the due diligence on his character checks out in spades, and so we know how talented he is and how well he moves, how athletic he is for a guy that's 6'5". But you're hoping that the due diligence is correct on the character. But with Kesselring and with Doan, it's just in flying colors. Great teammates, all team, all the time. Physically committed, hard-nosed players, strong work ethics, and so just guys that add to the vibe in the locker room, that add to the toughness and to the collective togetherness of the team. So I can't say enough good things about both those guys right now.
I wonder, he has a big shot, we know that, and your blue line has a lot of offensive ability. This was actually, I remember we asked Lindy about Doan for this, Seth, how, is there more offensive upside than what people saw in Utah? And so far, that's proven true. What about Kesselring? Because he's got the big shot and, 7 goals in 17 minutes a night. Maybe there's a thought that there could be a little bit more there with more minutes and more opportunity.
I think there is. I think he's just scratching the surface on the kind of NHL player he can be. I mean, he's only been, a full-time NHL player for just a couple of years now. And players that work as hard as Kesselring does and put as much time into their game in the off season, in the film room, those guys usually continue to grow their game. And so I think there is upward growth both for him from a defensive perspective and an offensive perspective. And we need our decors. We've seen recently guys like even Samuelson, who is very good with the puck. He's more known with a defensive aspect, but we need our decor. We have a mobile, big, athletic decor, and Kesselring is just another one of those guys, and we need our decor to be involved in our offensive attack.
Would you say over the last 5-6 games that what fans have seen, this is what you guys want, how you want to play? And again, some of that's without one of your biggest acquisitions in Kesselring, and we'll see when he gets back. But how have you felt about the team's overall play really since that first 3-game slide?
Yeah, the last 6 games have been better. I mean, we still think we have a lot of growth to do. We didn't start the season how we wanted to, but now 4-1-1 in our last 6, we felt that we should have had 2 points in Toronto. You like getting a point on the road, but you're up 3-2 in the last 10 minutes of that game, and those are games that we need to keep learning how to close out those hard-nosed games on the road. So, but I think what we've done a really good job in the last 6 games is we put ourselves in position to win all 6. Even the game in Montreal that we lost was 1-1 in the third period. So I think that's a good thing. That you need to keep doing that. You need to play in such a manner with your structure and your talent and your competitiveness that you continue to put yourselves in position to win games in the third period. The more times you do that, the more points you can accumulate over time.
Seth Everett joining us on the Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight. Looking at the lines from yesterday's practice and how things are working out, Yuri Kulich has, young players still coming along, but, the progress you're hoping to see from him, you've spent a lot of time with Yuri Kulich, so where would you say his game is right now and how have things been coming along as he's, kind of taking the lessons of the young season?
I think that early on, he wasn't totally up to speed. He wasn't probably as sharp those first few games as we saw the last 30 or 40 from last season. But I think that these recent games, he's starting to look more like himself. When he took all the hard matchups last year. When you're playing with Tage, you're going to get the hard matchups, and he did a really good job with it. And he had a great summer. He got stronger. He got more powerful. And when he's playing his best, he's driven by his legs. His legs, Michael Pekka and I would tell him in Rochester, his legs are his moneymakers. And not only from an offensive perspective, but from a defensive perspective, with how quick he can close out plays, how strong he can back check. He's just such an explosive and powerful skater that when he is skating and attacking the game, he's a really, really good player, and he's been doing that more and more the last 4 or 5 games.
Seth Appert with us. Seth, the team started 0-for-11 on the power play, and now you're top 10 on the season. To my eye, is more of the play running through Benson on the power play? Not that Dahlin and Tage are not still very involved when it's moving around, but some of those different personnel groupings that maybe you have this year compared to last year, because it feels like Benson has taken a bigger role on the man advantage this year.
Yeah, yes. That's he missed those first games too, right? So we've had some key players out early, but yeah, he has. And when you're an opponent's penalty kill coach, what's the first thing you're going to do when you're playing the Sabres? You're going to figure out how to try to stop Dahlin and Thompson. Those are our 2 big guns. And so we have to go into that understanding that and knowing that then other things need to start opening up with that. And I think that we've done a better job, I think, of winning loose puck recoveries. So Doan and Benson are really good at winning battles and at solving pressure in small areas. And that's what loose puck recoveries are. And Zucker's good at that as well. So I think what we've done a better job of in the last 6 games than the group did maybe in the first 3 is we've come up with more loose pucks. So we've extended possessions. Everybody can be a good defensive player or a good penalty killer for first 15, 20, 25 seconds when you're fresh. But if we can extend a possession, say you get a shot on goal and the puck bounces in the corner, if we can go win that and solve pressure and extend that possession, now you might keep guys on the ice for 40 to 50 seconds. That's when mistakes start happening, and that's when you take advantage. So, and I think that the go-ahead goal the other night in Toronto was a great example of that. We extended a possession. Tage contested a clear. We kept the puck in. We solved the pressure. And then, Tage needs to find other ways to score in the power play than just the one-timer. That was a great example of it. He was at the front of the net collecting a rebound and scoring in that manner, and all goals count the same way.
Seth Appert with us. Was all of that because Norris? It seemed like was in line for a big role on the power play before his injury. Is any of those pieces been a surprise to you? Maybe Doan for this, that someone that could contribute in that way on the top power play unit.
Yeah, I think that you don't totally know when you don't have a player. So yeah, I think we looked at Doan as a power play player. Was that going to be first unit, second unit? So I think that you could say that's a bit of a surprise. We liked our power play in preseason. I think we were 24, 25%. We liked our power play against the Rangers. We just didn't score, but we missed a couple wide open nets. We missed a backside one-timer that was an open net. And so the whole camp was spent with Norris running the half wall and building chemistry that way. Well, that went out the window, unfortunately. And so I think games 2 and 3, we were trying as a group, as a coaching staff, as a group of power play players, trying to figure out, okay, we don't have Norris now. What is it going to look like? And I think it took a couple games to kind of get our head wrapped around what's the best grouping of players for both units, because Owen's unit has been very good as well, with Jack Quinn scoring a huge game-winning goal in the third period against the Red Wings earlier last week.
Seth, how tricky is it with 3 goaltenders, especially when the one that's kind of coming in late here off of injury is the guy that in the past has been the team's number one? And maybe what you see out of Colton Ellis and his potential, how is it kind of managing all of that right now?
Well, I mean, that's harder for sure, but certainly that's a Lindy and Mike Bales more of handling it than our assistants. But I think that it's a good problem. I think that's what we have to look at it. Would you rather have 3 goalies that you like or none? And right now we have 3 that we really like. Alex Lyon has played outstanding to start the season. We all have a tremendous amount of belief in Pekka Luukkonen. And now we've acquired Colton Ellis, and he came in and played really, really good in winning that game against Detroit. So having 3 goalies you like is way better than not having any. And right now we have 3 that we really like. We have to manage that, and the best way to do that is just through open communication, and I think Lindy and Mike Bales do a great job of that.
Talking with Seth Appert on the Sabres ahead of tonight's game with the Columbus Blue Jackets. Seth, thanks very much for the time, and best of luck tonight.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Seth Appert of the Sabres, assistant coach of the Sabres tonight. It's Bills night.
Bills night at
KeyBank Center.
Yeah.
And I believe I saw Stevie Johnson will be there to bang the drum.
Okay.
It's Chiefs week. We're rallying behind our friends in Orchard Park as they prepare to host their rival from Kansas City with Bills-themed game elements and appearances throughout the night. Let's make it a one Buffalo week. That's what it reads at Sabres.com.
Will there be a Bills-themed hot dog then? Probably, right?
Sure. 6:45 face-off, by the way.
Yeah, it's strange.
Love that. Every night.
Yeah.
Why can't I give me 6? Fine. Give me 6:30. People got to get home from work, maybe. All right.
6:30 even gives you usually enough time, right?
Sure. And
90 minutes. And grab something to eat.
Does 6:45 really mean 6:45, or does it mean 6:52? But 6:45, I'm into that.
It probably means 6:52.
We'll find out. 803-0550. Plenty of Bills chatter here on the show. Howard picks the Bills. On the other side, I have a fun, very, very brief game, and I don't know how successful it will be.
Okay.
But would you like to play a fun little game?
Yes, absolutely.
It depends on whether or not you have seen a thing.
Okay.
Did you see which NBA team last night tweeted "Everybody eats"?
No, I did not.
Let's play the game.
Come on.
Let's play the game.
We're now crossing into other sports.
Yes.
The Chiefs are already doing it.
The Chiefs say everybody got it.
Basically the same thing.
Now, there's an NBA team that won last night and shot all the players and the points they had and a fork and plate and knife, and it said, "Everybody eats." Joe, the NBA fan that you are, I want you to play the game here. You have not seen who did it.
I didn't see who did it.
All right. Who might have tweeted? What social media manager would have tweeted from an NBA account, "Everybody eats"?
Is there a reason I should know what team it is?
I mean, there might be something to be said about the "everybody eats" concept.
Okay, wait. Okay, wait. Let me start with a guess. Okay, wait. Should I think of a tie-in with the Bills?
No.
Because so they've been doing this Toronto relationship more and more, so it's not the Raptors.
It's not the Raptors, no. I'll take that off the table.
Okay.
That's a fair context-based guess. This is just, hey, look, another sports team is rocking Everybody Eats.
Because then I would think the Bills are marketing it into other ventures that they have. Like the Amerks are going to start saying Everybody Eats soon.
It's going to be a restaurant soon.
Right. Okay. Maybe it should be a restaurant. It's a good restaurant.
It definitely should be.
If Josh Allen owned a restaurant in Buffalo, which might happen one day, wouldn't it be called Everybody Eats? All right. The way the team is constructed, is it the Warriors?
No.
Is it? I'm trying to think why why would it be the Heat?
No,
because they have Heat culture on their court. All right.
Culture.
What about?
Is there a team that has a superstar they've tried to stop putting the load on?
Is it the Spurs?
It is not the Spurs.
I like the path you're going down. I want to go with that.
They had Bucks. They had players score 17, 18, 16, 14, 10, 15, 12, and 21.
Whoa.
The Nuggets?
No.
That would be funny.
They just guess my own favorite team. Would have been a reason.
I feel like maybe when I tell you this,
the Knicks?
We'll decide how good the game is. No.
How do I get to this answer?
I know.
How do you get to this answer?
I'm looking for the path. What's the path here? The path is...
This payoff may be great or maybe not.
Who's on Chicago?
Nobody.
Right.
It's the Bulls.
Oh. The Bulls?
Yeah.
The Bulls.
I thought you'd get there because of that exact answer. Who's a team that has no one I've ever heard of?
Yeah, that was maybe.
I just thought you would get there.
Yeah. Owen got there, and then I knew that there's nobody on that team that anybody knows.
Everybody
needs to know.
They tweeted
everybody
last night.
That's not good.
It's fine,
right? No, but the team that has nobody on it is not the team you want to be emulating.
Well, they're
when you have Josh Allen,
they're emulating you.
But that's not good either.
Right. Well,
they don't have Josh Allen. I want the Warriors to emulate the Bills.
The thing that I wonder about last night, thank you. This game did have the payoff.
That was good.
Who's on Chicago?
The Bulls.
Nobody. That's who did it. Anyway, the thing I wonder about this game for Bills Chiefs is kind of like a fun little note. Like, listen, we all have our fun with Everybody Eats, and you can have a hat. And it's fun when they win, whatever. They can win however they want. I don't think there's any problem with spreading the ball around. They used to do it all the time when they were awesome in different years. They've always kind of been a spread the ball around kind of team, even with Diggs. But last night, I think there's Tracy Wolfson on the sideline. No, sorry. Tracy Wolfson will be here at the game Sunday with CBS.
Yep.
Laura Rutledge, who's there last night on Monday Night Football. Whoever it is, Mahomes has asked about Everybody Eats.
Everybody got to eat?
Everybody got to eat.
Yeah.
So my question is, when it's Bills-Chiefs in a game, will there be competing sideline reports? All right, let's go over to Buffalo sideline where it's Everybody Eats, and now over to Kansas City where it's Everybody Gotta Eat.
It's all so ridiculous. It's
both teams. It's a little bit like Happy Gilmore. Screw you, I'm playing for Chubbs. Oh yeah, all right. Anyway, it's fine.
The Bills in that scenario would be Shooter McGavin because they called it first.
They did call it first. Listen, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it. It is kind of fun that it's now it's broken contain. You can't have it anymore. You've given it to the world. The Chiefs are claiming it. The Bulls are claiming it.
The Bulls.
I need the Sabres to win tonight and tweet it. Let's do it. 6-0 against the Blue Jackets with six different goal scorers.
I want a new phrase for the Bills. We need to start working on it. We need to help them out. They need something new. Better.
All right. Workshop your next slogan.
It's got to be Josh related. Josh has got to be involved. Everybody eats. Everybody eats 6 yards to wide receivers.
Total air yards
yeah.
to wide receivers in that game against the Panthers. They won by 31. They won.
Everybody eats. If they'd been calling the Diggs offense Everybody Eats, that was more appealing to the eyes.
It's also the whole concept. It's great. We would love it back. In reality, they kind of don't have it now. What they have now.
Well, that's the thing, right?
That's the thing. Like when they had that last year, it did work pretty well. And right now they have it where who eats? Shakir, Cook, and sometimes another pass catcher if the matchup is right.
I just think it very often, the phrase, the mentality, it gets misconstrued as an advantage. We had someone tweet us earlier when we were talking about Gabe Davis and how does Davis have more 20-plus yard catches in his last year with the Bills that didn't even go that well than Coleman has in the last two? And, one of the reasons I mentioned is, Gabe had Allen, and Allen made him look better. But so does Coleman, so does Elijah Moore, so does Curtis Samuel. And someone tweeted in, I think what we forget about Gabe Davis, he was operating in an environment where Diggs was dictating coverage. And with that is right to me. It was easier for Gabe Davis as a Bills starting receiver that ran down the field without prime separation skills. It was easier for him because the defense thought they knew where the ball was going. They thought it was going to Diggs. That made it easier on Gabe Davis. And I think the biggest misconstrued part of Everybody Eats is that the defense not knowing where the ball is going is somehow an advantage for the Bills. That, to me, is backwards. If you have one prime guy that they think they have to circulate coverage around, that doesn't make it harder on your other receivers and your other pass-catching options. That makes it easier.
The other way to look at it is, we're talking about Allen's able to go who's open. And I think one other potential side effect of this is, on a given snap, who's going to be open? I don't know. I used to know who was going to be open all the time. Now I don't know who's going to be open. And you might read the progression and take your best shot, but it's 3rd and 5. Who's going to get open on this play that I need to get open? Bills night at KeyBank Center. Bills Mafia is taking over. Here are some of the highlights. Stevie Johnson is the in-arena host. Photo ops, the the drum line, Buffalo Stampede drum line is there. 6:15 to 6:45.
Okay.
The shout song is the goal song tonight.
We'll take that out for a spin, huh?
The shout song
Interesting.
is the goal song. There will also, according to Sabres.com, a tweet about this, be a train horn played.
When?
I don't know, but they're going to play the train horn.
When there's a penalty, maybe?
It says, Bill staples to KBC such as the shout song as our goal song, the train horn,
yeah,
special appearances, and more.
Interesting. Maybe when a penalty gets taken and the power play is beginning, train horn?
I don't know. Maybe they play the goal song and instead of a goal horn, it's the train horn? I don't know. I think the train horn is probably best used right before a power play. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Or right before a big draw late in the game.
Or when they show Rashid Shaheed on the Jumbotron because he's brought into town for Bills night. No, I don't think that's going to happen. All right. Howard picks the Bills on the other side. More of your phone calls, 803-0550. It is, of course, Chiefs Week here on WGR.
These teams all jam-packed together, not all of them are going to be competitive throughout the entire year. Boston's already showing they are not going to be one
Jeremy
of those
White
teams.
here to tell you about Z-Bar.
In fact, actually, they
with
played...
Their, vehicle
detailing. They played more than anybody. They played 11
undercoating
games,
with the rust protection. Z-Bar can do a lot for your vehicle.
Be a mess.
I had my truck detailed there.
It's going to be a mess.
You're going to get these teams.
A lot of these teams are going to come through, or some of these teams are going to come through this little 500 patch at the beginning of the year to be actually
the way they do their detailing. I know.
So yeah, I guess
looking
early on, emerge as one of those teams.
So whether it's car detailing, window tinting,
Columbus,
or of course
where they
rust
probably
protection. Z-Bar, the original
belong, which is
provider
not really
of rust protection, the top choice
level team
for drivers worldwide. They're wax-based undercoating.
The other thing is,
cutting edge.
A lot of those teams behind the Sabres right now are teams that you might expect are going to take a jump at some point. The teams behind them,
there's free
the Rangers, the Lightning, the Maple
industry-leading nationwide.
Are three of those teams immediately behind them.
4 local Z-Bar locations.
I don't love the Leafs right now. I don't know if they have to be one of those teams. The Lightning, it feels like, are just going to flip a switch.
Batavia. Visit Z-Bar.com to make an appointment to protect your vehicle.
Z-Bar, I guess you want to call it a big game. I would also want to call it any game above them, though, a big game. If they had played Ottawa tonight, who has won 3 in a row, and they're sitting at 11, I feel like that would be a big game.
Maybe.
Because I'm trying to... I got to take a playoff spot from somebody.
Well,
at some point.
That part's right. Take it from Florida, who if you win tonight, you have a chance to pass them.
Yeah, or really like the top three, even though they're further ahead. Like, this division should not be as good as it has been. And right now, the top three are Montreal, Detroit, and Ottawa. The odds that all three of those teams are making the playoffs are probably not that high.
Not great.
Like, one of those three teams would be the ones that I would want to kick out of there and find a way in. So, Alex Lyon. Put him in net.
Let's go, Alex Lyon.
Yep.
The nation turns its lonely eyes to you. What have you learned about Kesselring since acquiring him? I mean, like the scouting report would have been there, reasons to like him to bring him in, and he's not yet played a game. But of course, like you guys would be getting to know him at this point, his makeup, what he's like. What have you learned about Kesselring?
I think that what you'd heard, the due diligence on his character checks out in spades. And so we know how talented he is and how well he moves, how athletic he is for a guy that's 6'5". But you're hoping that the due diligence is correct on the character. But with Kesselring and Wadone, it's just in flying colors. Great teammates, all team, all the time, physically committed, hard-nosed players, strong work ethics. And so just guys that add to the vibe in the locker room, that add to the toughness and to the collective togetherness of the team. So I can't say enough good things about both those guys right now.
I wonder, he has a big shot, we know that, and your blue line has a lot of offensive ability. This was actually, I remember we asked Lindy about Doan for this, Seth, how, like, is there more offensive upside than what people saw in Utah? And so far, that's proven true. What about Kesselring? Because he's got the big shot and, 7 goals in 17 minutes a night. Maybe there's a thought that there could be a little bit more there with more minutes and more opportunity.
I think there is. I think he's just scratching the surface on the kind of NHL player he can be. I mean, he's only been, a full-time NHL player for just a couple of years now. And players that work as hard as Kesselring does and put as much time into their game in the off season, in the film room, those guys usually continue to grow their game. And so I think there is upward growth both for him from a defensive perspective and an offensive perspective. And we need our decors. We've seen recently guys like even Samuelson, who is very good with the puck. He's more known with the defensive aspect, but we need our decor. We have a mobile, big, athletic decor, and Kesselring is just another one of those guys, and we need our decor to be involved in our offensive attack.
Injury update from Sean McDermott yesterday. Ed Oliver has a torn bicep. He is out indefinitely. The Sabres are in action tonight, 6:45 against the Blue Jackets. With a win, they could be in a playoff spot. The whole league's in action tonight. And then last night, World Series game number 3 went almost 7 hours, almost 3 o'clock in the morning. The Dodgers win it in the bottom of the 18th with a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run. That series is 2-1 LA, game 4 tonight. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Here's the deal. So I might have said this on this show in the past. When the Bills don't play Sunday afternoons, I like to put on the Red Zone channel. I like to watch other games around the league. Mm-hmm. And every time I do that without fail, I sit there and go, thank you, Josh Allen, Buffalo Bills, because there are some really bad quarterbacks and bad offenses and bad football teams around the National Football League. And I thank my lucky stars that we get to watch this guy and this passing offense. Up until this season, guess what? The Bills are now one of those teams. I can't even believe we're having this discussion. Sean McDermott made some comments today about the passing game and how the Bills need to be two-dimensional. Mm-hmm. He said that same thing a few years ago about the running game. They were passing too much. They were so great at passing. But, hey, guys, we got to be two-dimensional. We got to be able to run the ball. Well, guess what? They've gone so far in the other direction. They've destroyed their own passing game. They're so worried about not turning the ball over and yards after catch. Remember, the longest pass play of the season happened yesterday in Carolina. It was 54 yards. It was 50 yards after catch on a 4-yard throw. They've neutered their own passing game. Listen carefully, okay? Brandon Beane, you have 8 days to fix this. If you don't get an impact wide receiver, I'm going to sit here and tell you, you're not trying to win a Super Bowl this year. This is ridiculously bad. You have the MVP, and you have a passing game. Go read don't read Joe's article in The Athletic. Go read his article and see how bad this passing game is for everybody not named Khalil Shakir. You're in business to win a Super Bowl. You've killed your own offense, the passing game. You better fix it, because you know what? If not only will you not win a Super Bowl, you won't win the division, and I'm not sure what you're going to do in the playoffs if you don't get people to scare other defenses when you put the ball in the air. Because you know what's going to happen? Kansas City is going to load up and stop James Cook. Then what are you going to do?
It's Howard Simon. He's here in studio. I was alerted. There's been a rant.
It wasn't a rant.
Let's get your microphone on here. Now you sound like me. That wasn't a rant.
It wasn't. Yeah. Did I pound the table?
No, listen, hold on. As a person,
what you want to do.
As a person that maybe in your life has seen you rant the most.
That's right.
Right?
Yes.
I was alerted to a rant. So let me take a look at this. And I watched it. I thought,
it's not a rant.
That's tame.
That's right.
You weren't red-faced.
That's right. You have to pound the table and you have to get beat red. That's a rant.
Yeah, if we had YouTube,
this was just being angry.
If we had YouTube back in the day when you went on your big rants, people would have that to look at.
Yeah,
I used to see those. Joe used to see those.
Yeah.
So it was a strongly worded message.
I'm just getting upset. I'm getting frustrated. But so's the head coach of the Bills.
Yeah.
I feel his frustration. I'm glad he feels our frustration. It's weird. I don't know how you guys feel. Like I know they're still really good, and it's just frustrating to watch a team with the best quarterback in the league have a passing game that is a pop gun. I mean, it just doesn't do anything. There's one guy who makes plays, and Shakir's not going to make plays deep. He's going to make plays with a short catch, and he's going to break tackles, and he's going to make guys miss. It's really hard to watch them attempt to throw the ball. It's really frustrating. I cannot even believe we're at this point that we're talking about the same Bills passing game that we've seen in recent years. And it has to change. They have to make a move. You cannot leave the roster intact and say, we're fine. Maybe they'll trade for a defensive tackle. Maybe they'll trade for a safety. I don't know. But you can't not address the elephant in the room and expect this team to try to win a Super Bowl with who they have on the roster on offense, not in the running game. I mean, James Cook is phenomenal, thank God. Mm-hmm. Imagine this team without James Cook right now.
Howard, I'm sorry, I'm just doing some math here. They've scored 29.5 points per game.
Yeah, right.
That's down.
Great. They beat Miami. They beat the Jets. They did bet 41 against Baltimore was really good.
Yeah.
Miami, the Jets, and Carolina are not going to be in the playoffs. You have to beat legit what they do against New England. You have to beat what are they going to do against Kansas City? If they can't stop Patrick Mahomes, are the Bills going to be able to outscore Kansas City on Sunday?
I don't know. I am a little more optimistic about their defensive chops because of Michael Hoyt and Maxwell Hairston.
Those are really good signs, especially and it balances off.
Sure.
Losing Ed Oliver is a huge problem.
The one thing I mentioned earlier today about this matchup, the Chiefs are the third blitz heaviest team in the league. Wow. And watching last night, usually when I watch the Chiefs, I just watch their offense operate. I'm thinking how they're going to stop this team, how they're going to stop this team. And for the first time in a while, now I watch and I think, how are they going to beat that blitz?
Yeah, well,
because Spagnuolo is going to throw I mean, everything.
I wonder
at
what
Allen's
he
face.
does. Does he still come out and go, we got to stop Allen? Or does he just kind of talk about maybe stopping James Cook first?
I think he goes after any pass play, pass situation. I think he is going after them.
Here's what flashing back to Atlanta where they blitz more than half the time?
Yeah.
Or around half the time?
Here's the chess match. The chess match will be load up to stop the run because what we need to do is get the Bills in obvious passing situations because that's when they are really bad. Obvious passing situations.
Can you believe you just said that?
I know.
They used to be the most terrifying team in the league on third and long.
You face the Bills now, and you want them to pass the ball.
Right. In an obvious passing situation, this is what happened against Atlanta. Like the second half, they get that drive where they score, and you think they're going to be okay. Mm-hmm. And then the first possession, there's a sack on a play-action pass. Now it's passing situation. Mm-hmm. Good night.
Right.
This game against Carolina, one of their few failed drives that wasn't that good. 3rd and 1. Penalty pulls them back. Now they're going to pass the ball instead. Obvious passing situations allow defenses to blitz Josh Allen, and they have confused the line. They've confused Allen, and they're certainly not afraid of any other player in the secondary getting by them.
And I understand your point. Like people might say, you had some tweet on Sunday about how something about the angriest calls about a 30-point win.
Yes, I tweeted that in the third quarter,
and I get it.
Because I said people are really mad right now, and they're gonna win by 30.
Yes,
which did happen.
But again, this season is not about beating Carolina by 31. This season is about one thing and one thing only: getting to and winning a Super Bowl. So yeah, I understand the stats. You can show me what their offensive rankings are. I'm going to tell you, if you watch this team play, the offense has to be good enough to carry this team to a Super Bowl title. It isn't. That's all I think about. It's not you had to win. That's great. I'm glad they won. Believe me, I'm very happy they won. It was a had-to-have game.
Yep.
Because you're still chasing New England, and they're playing Atlanta on Sunday, which means anyway, point is, I don't think about beating Carolina. I think about, is this team good enough to get out of the AFC, get to the Super Bowl, and win a title? And they aren't right now, and that's what has me really worried. And it's not like the defense will now be able to raise its game so far that it can now overcome shortcomings in the Bills' passing attack.
You're saying that was not a rant on Leading the Charge on Channel 7. You might be correct. Joe, should I read a comment in the chat that might bring about a rant?
Go ahead.
Let's do it.
I'm into
Too
that.
much whining, Howard. You've seen a lot of bad football. Enjoy this era of the Bills.
Can't live that way. You can't. You can't live that way. Don't just be happy because they're good. They're supposed to be great. They're supposed to win a Super Bowl. They have a generational quarterback. I lived through 4 years of having Hall of Fame talent all over the football field wearing Bills uniforms, and they didn't win a Super Bowl. You're in business to win no, that's so bad. If the Sabres just sniff a playoff spot and miss that, well, guys, they were closer than being eliminated by Christmas. You can't live that way as a sports fan. Who lives that way? They're designed to win a Super Bowl. They have Josh Allen at quarterback. You can't. The bar is so different now. It's changed. It has changed for years. It's all about winning a Super Bowl, and nothing less than that is acceptable. And you have to pull out. You want to trade a first-round pick for a wide receiver? Great. Trade the first-round pick. I don't care what you give up. You have to try and win the Super Bowl now. Period.
I'm with you. I do not like the mentality of just enjoy whatever you're given now because the drought happened. The drought was 8 years ago. There are kids in high school that don't even remember the drought.
Yeah. It's not about we used to have Trent Edwards.
Sure.
You can't live in that life.
Before pick the Bills.
Sorry, Trent.
No, you're fine. How far would you go to make a trade? What would you do? What would you send?
What's the most amount of picks you'd trade? The Saints want 2 firsts for Olave.
2 firsts. Screw it. Go ahead, do it.
Well,
he'll go pretty far.
I guess the other part of it would be this. If they don't make a move and this season just kind of plays out and, they fail to achieve their goals, what changes?
Well, in the offseason, they have to go find a wide receiver, whether it's a free agent, which will cost you a ton of money, or a trade in the offseason, which will still cost you draft picks.
Will they, though, is a question. Or
why wouldn't they?
What does the season
Shouldn't the question be why wouldn't they?
Well, right.
Not will they. Why wouldn't they?
It's been I would ask years of why wouldn't
how does the season have to end for them to get to a place where they would change course like that? Or would just a new coordinator do it?
What if they don't win the division and go one and done with a road wild card loss?
Maybe that's the answer.
That'd be shocking.
Right.
And by the
Reevaluating
way,
how you do things.
Maybe Sunday will change. Look at the top 5 guys on the wide receiver depth chart for the Kansas City Chiefs. Any of those 5 guys would be at the top of the depth chart here at wide receiver with this team. 5 guys. They're 5 deep. Are you kidding me?
Do you think that the number one reason they should I've said this. The number one reason that Bean probably has to act that's different from April is Coleman.
He's doing nothing.
He's the reason they probably have to do something because his growth, his step has definitely not come.
Since he played well opening night. Nothing since then. I mean, not literally. The guy averages 1 yard after a catch. And Palmer's injured. He was making some plays, but he wasn't great. Moore's done nothing. Coleman's doing nothing. I mean, Shavers isn't going to be the guy.
Does nothing.
Samuel sometimes doesn't even play. Are you kidding me? How do you not address this? If they don't, I get it, guys. You have to. This is where you might tell me it takes 2 to tango, right? You got to have a trading partner. I get it. I understand. But if you don't get it done, what's the message that you're sending to everybody? That this team, as is presently constituted, is good enough to win a Super Bowl? It isn't.
Well, it takes 2 to tango. That is true. You know where you don't need a second person to tango? The draft. Time for Howard to pick the Bills.
A tradition unlike any other.
They've neutered their own passing game.
It's time for Howard to pick the Bills.
McDermott's team's unbeaten out of the bye. They've had a couple weeks. He's 8-0 out of the bye.
Haven't lost 3 in a row.
There you go. So I'm going to go with the Bills winning this game on Sunday. I don't think it'll be a cakewalk, but I'll just say they find a way to beat Carolina.
Hand off to Cook through a hole and darts into the open, and he is Gone gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown, James Cook. Quick hitter to Shakir, spins away from the defender, he's up the sideline. 35-30, down to the 20, cuts it back 15, 10, 5, touchdown, Khalil Shakir. Back to pass, but Hoyt collapsing the pocket again, and he's after him, and he's got him on a second effort for the sack. The Canadian Crusher drops him.
On WGR, Sports Radio 550.
The Canadian Crusher.
Tim Tindall? Oh, no. Sorry, that was
Michael Hoyt. All right, time to pick the Bills. Bills, Chiefs.
By the way, I am factoring in that the Bills do trade for a wide receiver by the deadline.
Okay, but is it before the Chiefs game?
No.
Okay.
All right. And so honestly, it wouldn't matter. The Chiefs are going to win.
You're going to pick the Bills, and you have to pick the trade. So, all right, Chiefs win?
Chiefs win.
Chiefs. Then the deadline comes, and the Bills add who?
One of the Saints guys, preferably Olave. If not, then Shaheed.
Rashid Shaheed. We had somebody tweet in, Rashid Shaheeds.
He went. I was watching Red Zone, and he got banged up on one play. I'm like, get up! Future Buffalo Bill possibility.
Did you see the play where he dusted the corner and the guy missed?
Not see.
Okay. Let me show you that one in a minute. Bills at Dolphins.
Win.
Bucks at Bills.
I'm gonna flip this around because they're gonna make a trade. They're gonna get a receiver. They'll get better on offense. I'll take the Bills to win.
Bills at Texans.
Turning that into a win from last week.
Look at this. They're going to trade for a receiver. Run the table. Bills at Steelers.
Win.
I already know you're picking wins there. Bengals at Bills.
I mean, come on. Shouldn't the Bills score 80 points even if the offense isn't playing well? They just gave up 39 points to the Jets.
Yeah, that's right.
Win.
Do you know Joe's stat about Justin Fields and interceptions?
No.
He is 1 game away from the longest start streak without throwing a pick in NFL history.
Who would have known?
10 starts in a row without throwing a pick.
That's how important it is to protect the ball.
Yeah, what's the record? I mean, right?
Terrible, yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, so you've got wins.
New England next. At New England.
Yeah, for now I'm going to leave that as a loss.
Okay. Is that because New England appears to be getting better?
Yeah. Yeah. It appears to be really improving.
All right. With that, the Bills, going into that game, had a good chance to win the division. It has taken a big hit. Bills at Browns.
Myles Garrett has 27 sacks in that game, but the Bills win.
Bills at Eagles.
Loss.
Bills at Jets.
Win.
In this scenario, they are 77% to to go to the wild card round.
12-5, and they would be on the road.
On the road, likely at Pittsburgh.
Let's not bring up the Bills' road playoff record.
They'll beat Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pittsburgh. They haven't played Pittsburgh yet.
That's
why their road playoff win isn't very good.
Wait. Maybe that's not Pittsburgh. Maybe that's Baltimore.
No.
Yeah.
They've come back that much?
It's only 2 games now.
Is that because Pittsburgh's trying to blow the division.
And they have 2 games against Pittsburgh.
Actually, Cincinnati's still
in the division.
They're favored to win the division.
The Steelers are terrible, and their next 6 games are Colts,
Loss.
Chargers?
Loss.
Bengals?
Win.
They lost to the Bengals before.
But I'll give them a win.
Okay. Bears? Bills?
Loss.
Ravens?
Loss.
Wow.
Yeah, they stink.
Great. Isn't it great to see people?
They also have the
crazy.
Lions again, and then the Ravens a second time.
Well, the Steelers' defense is playing so well, fellas. I'm sure they'll be fine.
12 wins on you don't win the division and you go to Baltimore in round 1 would be a horrific result.
Unless they win them all. And then,
don't shoot the messenger.
And then, it's the revenge tour. All right. Thank you,
fellas.
Howard. I feel like that was closer to a rant than the TV one. Yes.
Was it?
Yeah.
I haven't had my fiber pills today, and I'm a little bit off.
Sure.
I love you guys, though.
I hope they get Rashid Shaheed for your sake.
They got to get a receiver. Better than Amari Cooper.
He's just cranky because he stayed up for that baseball game last night.
No, man.
Good.
You guys, please tell me you both went to bed. Okay.
3 a.m.
Just a strange existence for me hearing almost every person scream about receiver. I'm like, yeah, I know.
Where's the train? I thought it might be outside the station.
I've been here for 3 years.
Yeah.
So maybe they do it. We'll see. Deadline's a week from today. Thank you, sir.
All right, boys.
We'll talk next week.
See ya.
803-0550 on WGR.
Team started 0 for 11 on the power play, and now you're top 10 on the season. To my eye, is more of the play running through Benson on the power play? Not that Dahlin and Tage are not still very involved when it's moving around, but some of those different personnel groupings that maybe you have this year compared to last year, because it feels like Benson has taken a bigger role on the man advantage this year.
Yeah, yes. That's. He missed those first games too, right? So, we've had some key players out early. But, yeah, he has. And when you're an opponent's penalty kill coach, what's the first thing you're going to do when you're playing the Sabres? You're going to figure out how to try to stop Dahlin and Thompson. Those are our two big guns. And so we have to go into that understanding that and knowing that then other things need to start opening up with that. And I think that we've done a better job I think of winning loose puck recoveries. So Doan and Benson are really good at winning battles and at solving pressure in small areas. And that's what loose puck recoveries are. And Zucker's good at that as well. So I think what we've done a better job of in the last 6 games than the group did maybe in the first 3 is we've come up with more loose pucks. So we've extended possessions. Everybody can be a good defensive player, a good penalty killer for first 15, 20, 25 seconds when you're fresh. But if we can extend a possession, say you get a shot on goal and the puck bounces in the corner, if we can go win that and solve pressure and extend
Sneaky Joe
that
DiBiase
possession,
here. Air's turning a
now
little
you might
crisper
keep guys
and
on
colder,
ice
and the
for
leaves are
40
beginning to
50
fall. But
seconds.
beautiful
That's
time
when
of year
mistakes start
to share a
happening, and
little
that's when
bit
you
of
take
warmth. Did you
advantage.
know that Roswell
So-
Park has its
and I
own
think that the
on-site
goal
donor
at
center?
goal,
It is
the other
super
night
easy to
in
schedule
Toronto
an
was a great
appointment, and then you
example of
walk
that.
in. It's right there on your
We
right. They take
extended
care of your
the
parking.
possession.
They make it as comfortable for you as
contested the clear.
possible.
We kept
Every
the puck
blood
in.
and
We
platelet
solved the
donation
pressure.
made at Roswell
And
Park
then,
will stay right there to help
Tage
a
needs to find other ways
patient
to
fighting
score on the
cancer.
power
This
play
fall,
than
your
just the
donation is a
one-timer.
critical part of their
That was
treatment
a great
and
example
their
that
journey. Give the
he
gift of
was
life
at
this
the front of
season.
the net,
Schedule your blood
collecting
or
a
platelet
rebound
donation
and
today
scoring in that
at the
manner,
Roswell
and,
Park Donor
all
Center.
goals count the same way.
Here's a good stat for you. Chris Trapasso tweeted this yesterday. Entering Monday Night Football, 58 defensive linemen had taken 100 or more run defense snaps. Run stop rate of 11.2% for Deion Walker. That ranks third.
Okay.
Third. Joseph Day and Quinnen Williams, the only two ahead of Deion Walker's run stop rate through 100-plus snaps of run defense snaps. So good signs from Deion Walker, which, by the way...
Which is because he's a starter now, so...
He is?
I think.
Had someone... I saw... We did the Bill Squad show with Joe Marino and Jerry Ostrowski yesterday, and someone in the chat said they were calling Deion Walker. They lost him a nickname.
Who?
I thought it was a pretty good one.
Is it something like Skywalker related? No, I don't know.
It's just DeOne. Because he spells Deion D-E-O-N-E.
DeOne.
DeOne. He's DeOne. Deion Walker. Oh, thought it was kind of cute. Anyway, do you know the NFL's most efficient quarterback-receiver connection per target in the NFL this year?
Darnold to JSN.
No.
Mahomes to Rice.
No. Most efficient.
Number one.
Owen? Joe? Alt Joe? We're calling Joe Kelly Alt Joe.
Alt Joe.
He hits the alts on our parlays. We don't hit for him. The most efficient quarterback to receiver connection in yards per target.
Mayfield to Ibuka?
Mayfield to Ibuka.
That'd be my guess.
Mayfield to Ibuka.
Yeah.
Good guess. That's not correct.
Oh.
Stafford to Puka?
No.
Goff, Amon-Ra?
Nope.
Drake May to Keyshawn Butte.
Bingo.
Oh. Yeah, like who are we playing the game? Who's playing the game here? They should have got that 5 minutes ago.
All right. Remember I said
Keyshawn Butte is number one in yards per target with the
most efficient quarterback receiver connection in the NFL is Drake May to Keyshawn Butte.
You know why? Because all of their completions are 30, 40 yards down the field.
Yeah. After Howard's rant, I feel like I want to sneak in the thing I want to say that I said to you earlier in the 6 o'clock hour. I said it's too spicy for the radio about Drake May. I'm going to be guilty of too much May love, but you ready for it?
He's got to become a villain at some point here.
Sure, he
plays for the Patriots.
He is. In fact, he's not just a villain.
But I need to hate him.
For me, you can hate him,
but I don't yet. That's my problem.
What he is going to start representing is what Josh Allen should look like. And here's the too spicy for radio line, Joe. Ready? Because you're leaving this hour. You're getting out of here, so we'll talk tomorrow. I spent a year thinking that Drake May was an awful lot like Josh Allen. Now I wish Josh Allen was a lot more like Drake May.
Yeah.
Is that too hard?
It sounds.
It sure does. You don't want to say it.
But it's not.
But watch the two of them play the sport. This is where, if you want to make the case, it's not fantasy football. Win how you win. I get it. I have, on a lot of levels, kind of bought into what the Bills are trying to do. They win a lot of games. I wish them luck. I want them to win the way they've built, of course. I don't know if they're going to add a receiver. We'll talk about it with you on the other side at 803-0550. But watching what Drake May does, any sort of conversation about teams just take that away. Not from him. He's running with confidence. He's slinging the ball with confidence. He's got an offense that looks perfectly built for him right now. It's only been 8 games. Okay, it's only been 8 games. Maybe they figure him out. Maybe it's a flash in the pan. Do I think he's better than Josh Allen? Nope. But he's getting closer. And he certainly looks like he's in a lot better offense throwing the ball. And I just want Allen in the passing game to kind of look a little bit more like that. But maybe they don't need it. And, you kind of always have to leave that there, that maybe they don't need it. They probably do. 803-0550. They won by 31 on Sunday, and we are thrilled about it. We really are. I'm not down. I'm just kind of where I have been the entire offseason. All right, you get out of here. You got to go. 803-0550. Fill up the phone lines. What do you think? Howard ranted. Let's get yours on WGR. I guess the question is, why does this one matter? Do you have an answer to that question? They play every year in the regular season, and they play every year in the postseason. This is the Jeremy White here to tell you about the 37th matchup in the last 5 years. No. Why does this one matter? I'm not saying it doesn't, because I do have an answer for that. Why does this one matter to you? 803-0550. Bills Chiefs, Sunday, 425, massive game, huge spot. The ratings will be off the charts. Highmark Stadium, it'll be awesome. It's an awesome regular season game to get to. Two teams that have had their lull during the season and are probably thought of as the two best teams in the AFC, with New England and Indianapolis being the uprising. Why does this one matter?
To me, it feels a little different than previous seasons because can it be a measuring stick game? I think it is for me. I think it almost feels similar to maybe when the Bills maybe played the Chiefs in the first meeting of these two quarterbacks in 2020 or the following season in 2021. Like, let me prove that I could beat them. Let me prove that I could be on their level. I think this game feels like that to me. It is not just, hey, beat the Chiefs because I'm going for the 1 seed, or beat the Chiefs because it'll feel good to beat them and I need to prove to myself that I can do it in the playoffs. To me, none of that matters. It is more about just, I don't know that I'm on their level right now. And I've always felt like they're on their level to some extent. And right now I'm not as confident of that. So I think it's a measuring stick game for me. Are you actually elite still? Are you still one of the top contenders in the conference, in the league? Because I'm pretty darn sure Kansas City is absolutely one of them. The way that they look, they can do it kind of however they want right now. So that would be it. Prove to me that you can even hang with this team close.
If you're a seller, if you're somebody that wants to see what you can get, don't you want to do it as soon as you can?
I do.
Not like I'm going to take less of a deal, but I'm going to put a little bit of a deadline in for all my teams. Let's make an offer. I don't want to be going up to right up to the deadline, and then all of a sudden, somebody backs out on me. I want to get this deal kind of banked.
Or hell, you might not want to risk a guy gets injured.
True.
Right? You play games coming up. Miami, maybe it helps if they're selling. They play on Thursday night. So they get a couple of extra days buffer here.
They play Baltimore, and Lamar is expected to play.
Yes. So they're hosting the Ravens on Thursday, so they could probably get ahead of the selling market if they want to. But if I'm the Jets, if someone's offering me a pick for Harrison Phillips, why? I guess the Jets are actually off this week, so maybe they're not the best example of this. But if I'm the Titans, they play on Sunday. They trade McCreary yesterday. Why would I play, Calvin Ridley? Well, if I think I could trade him, why would I play him on Sunday if I'm going to get an asset for him and then, he twisted an ankle and now I can't get my 4th round pick that I was about to get for a receiver that isn't going to be a part of this long term? It would make sense that you get some deals before this. The Bills traded for Amari Cooper before the deadline. Weeks before the deadline, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Will they make a trade before this week? Or will they want to see one more game, Kansas City? What do we look like? What do we need in that matchup? I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills took it till deadline day next week. But you never know.
And again, as a coaching staff, we work hard on, hey, let's go back to the drawing board and figure out, what we can do to figure that piece of it out and make sure we can execute at a higher level.
That's Bills head coach Sean McDermott yesterday, asked about the passing game, asked about the response in the passing game. They needed some more in Atlanta, and what happened against the Panthers in the win. They ran the ball all over the place. Joe Brady said he did not have any sort of concerns about the passing game, and he kind of leaned back on the idea that we showed we can do it against Baltimore. Against Baltimore, a lot of that was, game script. That's Baltimore kind of letting you do it a little bit. We'll see. Can the Bills pass the ball whenever they need to? The indicators this far into the season would say no, despite the fact that in Week 1 they did. In Week 1 they also got a lucky deflection on a 4th and 2 into the end zone that Keon Coleman caught. Without that, I feel like this conversation is a lot louder. Anyway, they won. Their defense looked better, and maybe tomorrow we'll dig more into this as a concept. Which unit are you more confident in this game against Kansas City? The defense against the Chiefs' offense, or the offense against the Chiefs' defense? And maybe I'll put an option up there and say I'm not confident at all in either one of these, but we'll see where y'all land. 803-0550. Joe stepped out for the rest of the show. Just me, Jeremy White here. Happy Tuesday. It is Sabres game night. Sabres 6:45 with the Blue Jackets. We're calling it a big game. I'm doing it. Big game. They have a chance to move into a playoff spot. It might be tough because there's so many other games. There's the Frozen Frenzy tonight. Every NHL team is in action. Staggered starts all up and down the lineup. Something they should probably do more often, like maybe just on Tuesdays. How feasible is it just do it every Tuesday? Anyway, staggered starts tonight, and the Sabres and Blue Jackets, they're ahead of them in the standings. If they win, it would feel right. Michael Kesselring could make his Sabres debut, and Alex Lyon expected in net. If you missed our conversation with Seth Appert, Sabres assistant coach, we had that. You can find that on demand. 803-0550. All right. I would like to. It's funny, like all the yelling at each other for the Bills fans sometimes do in these spots. It is a constant battle over what will make them the best version of themselves, which everybody wants, right? We all want them to be the best version of themselves that they can be, build the best team they can, win the whole thing. So sometimes, when we're talking about what could they do, how could they get better, we get people that write into us like, why is everyone complaining? Well, they're not complaining. They're searching for answers in the same way the head coach right there says, your questions are my questions. Does that mean that McDermott is asking Brandon Beane, what can we do? What answers are out there? What will you give me for this offense to become two-dimensional again? Because it doesn't really look that two-dimensional. It looks like a great rushing offense and a passing offense that has an amazing quarterback to lift it up, but the structure of it outside of him is suspect. I think that's putting it, tamely. And I'm going to just keep saying it about Drake May. You don't have to care how good he is or if it's going to be sustainable. I continue to think that for the longest time it's been about Mahomes. Well, he's this freakish generational guy. They're winning all the time. They have Andy Reid. What are you supposed to do? I've got to find a way to beat them. And for a minute there, the Bengals popped up and got in everyone's hair and made the Super Bowl. And since then, they've not stayed healthy, and their defense is a mess. Like, okay, people don't trust Lamar in the playoffs. Okay. What other challenger will emerge while we're over here still looking at Bills Chiefs? Who's going to emerge? And all of a sudden, the Chiefs have two teams in their division ahead of them, and the Bills have a team in their division ahead of them. And it's not a coincidence. The Chiefs lost to the Chargers. The Bills lost to the Patriots. And for Drake May and company, it's fresher. And I had the thought yesterday that I wrote it down. And if you follow me on Twitter, I apologize for the number of Drake May highlights that I tweet and I retweet. The reason I do it is really there's one reason. It's not look at how awesome he is. It's these throws and plays are being made in the NFL. And for a little while here, we've kind of been told to believe that, just take what the defense gives you. Just take what the defense gives you. And I guess there are other teams in the passing game where they are giving them bombs down the field because that's what they're taking. Keyshawn Butte over the top of defenses multiple times. Mac Hollins hole shots. Diggs eating up the Bills. I'm retweeting endlessly Drake May highlights because I want to capture that again in the Bills' passing game, and I do not think you have to give up the run game to do it. So that's where I'm at. I wrote down the line. I expected a few people to get mad about it when I said it, that I spent a lot of time hearing and saying that Drake May reminds me an awful lot of Josh Allen. And what I really want right now is for Josh Allen to remind me of Drake May. And that is tough to say. But the Bills' passing game does not resemble the Patriots' passing game. And I don't want to get to a spot where the Bills have the second best passing game in a division. Like, that shouldn't happen. But it quite possibly could. Of course, if they beat the Chiefs on Sunday and the defense looks great for a good period of time, I think we'll feel a lot better. I certainly will. The goal that they had was to build a great defense and get stops on Mahomes and get him on the ground. Like, all right, this is test number one. And you don't have every single piece. You don't have TJ Sanders or Landon Jackson that are going to make a difference. But everybody else, and you don't have Ed Oliver, so that's unfortunate. But your added pieces, Hairston and Hoyt, they're back just in time. Ogunjobi, okay. Like, let's see what you can do. 803-0550. Of course, the safety position has been changed. Anyway, we'll just get to phone calls here. Anthony in Buffalo. Anthony, good morning. You're on WGR.
Good morning, Jeremy. So I had 2 points I wanted to talk to you guys about. So number one, it's pretty obvious that Brandon Beane this year, he chose to go defensive line. Because no matter what the Chiefs can throw at you with wide receivers and how great Patrick Mahomes is, if you get to him, he's not going to be able to throw to his top guys. He won't have enough time. So, in my opinion, by focusing on the defense, that's going to help out our players, get over that hump. Because one thing we haven't been able to do is to get to Patrick Mahomes. So, it's nice to see this, Deion Walker, their draft pick. I mean, that guy looks like he just stuffs that line, man. And I hope to see more of him, but that's kind of my feeling is the Bills are focused on that defensive line, and they need to push the offensive line. And with that kind of crumbles, then that's where everyone's saying, well, you know what, our wide receiver, we need one because we can't keep up with these guys. So, I think Beane has put all of his eggs in the basket of the defensive line, which hopefully will work out for him this year. And I made one little side point is, I wanted to give a little bit of, kudos to the Sabres here. They've been a little bit more fun to watch, and, it's been really exciting. I'm excited for the game tonight. It's nice to see some new players, new faces. And one thing I'm really concerned about is they're going to muff this Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen in this 3-goaltender rotation. I hope they don't do that, but, I don't know what their deal is with Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, maybe because he's got more games than these guys, but I think it's time to move on and let some of these young guys really show their stuff. So that's what I got to say. Have a good day, Jeremy. All right, be well.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Thanks. Yeah, there's no doubt like their focus was getting to Mahomes. I guess the only thing I would push back on, that's not new. That's been their approach the whole time. They have invested as much in the defensive line as any team in football in terms of draft capital and signing guys. And they had to overhaul their defensive line from a defensive line that they built. Von Miller, by the way, played last night for the Washington Commanders. Saw him pressuring Mahomes a couple times. I guess what it comes down to, and this might be where a defensive coach or a GM that's trying to get after Mahomes, this might be where the difference of opinion stems. I don't know that you should ever plan to get to him. The same way that usually you're not supposed to be able to get to Josh Allen. Allen has been amazing at avoiding sacks, and Mahomes has been really good at it. Last year, so here's some numbers for you. Last year was a year to get to Mahomes. The percentage of dropbacks he was sacked on last year was the highest of his career. And this year, it's on its way back down. I don't know you'll ever get there. The Bills have built they've what happens if they try to go quick game? If the Chiefs move all their pieces around their track star team, they go quick game. You might have a game where you don't ever have time to even get to Patrick Mahomes. They've played that kind of game against you. No one I don't think anybody's confused about get a great defensive line to try to get to Mahomes. I just don't know anybody has actually done it. The Eagles did it in the Super Bowl in large part because the Chiefs had some patchwork offensive line that couldn't block anybody. That was an indictment that day. When the Eagles ripped apart the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, didn't everybody feel, where was that? We should have been able to do that. How come the defensive line have invested all these things into was not able to do that? But they weren't. And, trying to like thread the needle on this perfect defense, maybe they've done that. Maybe Hairston can cover, and in the back end, it's safety. They can piece it together with Jordan Poyer and Jordan Hancock, and Michael Hoyt can give them another pass rushing piece, and they could be in good shape. Like, we'll find out. I'm very eager to see this Bills defense have some answers to the Mahomes-led offense, because they so rarely do. They almost never have answers for this offense, especially in the playoffs. So we'll see. I think the problem is you might have spent so much there that maybe you've dropped off in other parts. The last 2 seasons, the Chiefs' offense looked very ordinary, very gettable. And this year, they're back up with a better point differential in 8 games than they had all of last year. And they have more 28-point games this year than they did all of last year and the year before. You just went through 2 years of a down offense for the Chiefs, and they appear to be on their way back up. So the idea of getting to Mahomes, like, it might be harder than it was last year and 2 years ago. But there's no doubt that's what they're trying to do, and, hopefully they can get it done. I ultimately do want them to succeed at what they are trying to do. I'm not out here saying, like, I hope they lose. I certainly don't want them to lose. But the division is just another level of calculus this time. It's just such another factor with what New England has done. Jack in Syracuse. Hey, Jack, good morning.
What's up? What's up, guys?
What's up?
Not much. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
All right, thanks for calling.
Of course. Just wanted to get your guys' take on this. I keep seeing Bills fans everywhere kind of downplay this game. And I know we got to keep pace with the Patriots, stay in the hunt for the 1 seed. I just think it's a massive game. Get Kansas City to 5-4. Just what are your thoughts on Bills fans kind of downplaying this game, and if you guys think this game's as big as I do? And
yeah,
I know it doesn't matter down the stretch as much, but or in the playoffs. But just wanted to see your guys' thoughts.
Thanks, Jack. I think the only reason a Bills fan would downplay this game, should, is fear that if they win it, that Chiefs fans will say it doesn't count, or non-Bills fans will say it doesn't count. Like, I wouldn't let that bother me. Win this game, beat the Chiefs, show that you are still a premier team in the AFC. And the Colts are having a great year. The Broncos are having a pretty good year. The Chiefs are thought to be Super Bowl favorites again, with Patrick Mahomes the MVP favorite. So put together a defensive performance that when I see them again, I'm thinking I've got the chops to do it. And the other part of this game on Sunday at 4:25, how crazy would it be? It really would be crazy for the loser of this game to host the winner of this game in the postseason. Isn't the winner of this game going to be the team that's the higher seed? If the Bills lose, the division gets a lot tougher. I went through this earlier. New York Times playoff machine. You don't have to love this, but it's the best I've got right now. If the Bills lose, their odds to win the division drop to like 30%. And, if the Bills lose to the Chiefs and the Patriots beat the Falcons, which is their game this week, the Patriots are all the way up to 75% to win the division. 75%. You would have to go to New England and win, and also have them drop other games. And they've got some tough ones, but you do too. You both play Tampa. If the Chiefs lose this game, like you said, 5-4, Denver is atop their division. If the Chiefs lose this game, their chances to win the division drop to like 36%. So I feel like the game matters for home field, just not in the traditional sense. In so many years, it's been who's 1, who's 2. Now it might be the difference between who's 3 and who's 5 or 7 or 6, or, I don't think the Bills are really in danger of dropping all the way down to like the 6 or the 7 seed, but they're both, I would think, they're both going to make the playoffs. And the Bills have a decided advantage because they're only chasing one team, and the Chiefs have to chase down 2. So It definitely matters. If you win this game, the Chiefs, the idea of hosting in the wild card, it drops a lot for them. So I'd love to send Patrick Mahomes on the road instead of watching him play at Arrowhead every single game. So I wouldn't downplay the game. I understand the feeling of, well, they win it every year and then they lose in the playoffs. That's right. That has happened. But that doesn't mean it doesn't matter. I mean, there's a lot to factor in simply how the postseason structure will go. Every other AFC team should probably be thinking that the AFC runs through Buffalo and Kansas City. Indy is there, fine. Denver's there, fine. Who are you going to trust in the playoffs? You're probably going to trust Mahomes, and you're going to trust Allen. And we'll see if Baltimore can get off the mat. They maybe have started to. But the AFC, I think, still goes through those two quarterbacks. Maybe we have to add Drake May in there. And they're going to get in. I think the road will matter. If you beat, put it this way, if you win this game, if I could crystal ball this, ready? Look at the crystal ball. If the Bills win this game, Kansas City has to go to New England in the first round because the Bills don't win the division. But the Chiefs are still on the road in the first round. You know. Or the Bills are home and the Chiefs are at New England. I'm sorry, they wouldn't be at New England. The Chiefs are at, Jacksonville? That's not that scary. Nope, Indy. All right, my brain's frying at this point. I think the game matters. Does it matter for the end of the story, end of the season story we tell? No. It'll be a part of it, but the season ending will ultimately be the final chapter. This will have a say in the road to get to those final chapters. So don't let Chiefs fans, like Nick Wright's already doing it this morning, oh, it's time for Buffalo's Super Bowl. Don't bother. Don't let someone, demean the idea that this game is important. It is important, and it's important for the Chiefs. If they want to have a home playoff game, this game's important for the Chiefs. 803-0550 on WGR. More of your calls. Sabres game night. Northtown Automotive Extra Point show coming up 10 o'clock. Hanging out. If you're on hold, we'll get right to your calls. Buzz 3 on the other side here on WGR. If you're a seller, if you're somebody that wants to see what you can get, don't you want to do it as soon as you can?
I do.
Not like I'm going to take less of a deal, but I'm going to put a little bit of a deadline in for all my teams. Like, let's make an offer. I don't want to be going up to right up to the deadline, and then all of a sudden, somebody backs out on me. I want to get this deal kind of banked.
Or hell, you might not want to risk a guy gets injured.
True,
right? Like you play games coming up. Miami, maybe it helps if they're selling. They play on Thursday night. So they get a couple of extra days buffer here.
They play Baltimore, and Lamar is expected to play.
Yes. So they're hosting the Ravens on Thursday, so they could probably get ahead of the selling market if they want to. But like if I'm the Jets, like if someone's offering me a pick for Harrison Phillips, why? I guess the Jets are actually off this week, so maybe they're not the best example of this. But if I'm the Titans, they play on Sunday. They trade McCreary yesterday. Why would I play, Calvin Ridley? Well, if I think I could trade him, why would I play him on Sunday if I'm going to get an asset for him and then, he twisted an ankle and now I can't get my 4th-round pick that I was about to get for a receiver that isn't going to be a part of this long term? Like, it would make sense that you get some deals before this. The Bills traded for Amari Cooper before the deadline. Weeks before the deadline, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Will they make a trade before this week? Or will they want to see one more game, Kansas City? What do we look like? What do we need in that matchup? I guess I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills took it till deadline day next week. But you never know. These teams all jam-packed together, like, not all of them are going to be competitive throughout the entire year. Like, Boston's already showing they are not going to be one of those teams.
Right.
In fact, actually, they've played more than anybody. They played 11 games.
Yeah. All the more reason you have to win it. Like, it's going to be a mess. So
it's going to be a mess.
You're going to have to beat these teams.
A lot of these teams are going to come through, or some of these teams are going to come through this little 500 patch at the beginning of the year to be like actually playoff good. So yeah, I guess early on, like, emerge as one of those teams. Like, put Columbus where they probably belong, which is not really a playoff-level team. And because the other thing is, a lot of those teams behind the Sabres right now are teams that you might expect are going to take a jump. at some point. The teams behind them, the Rangers, the Lightning, the Maple Leafs, are three of those teams immediately behind them. I don't love the Leafs right now. I don't know that they have to be one of those teams. The Lightning, it feels like, are just going to flip a switch. I think that's already happened. So, yeah, I guess you want to call it a big game. I would also want to call it any game above them, though, a big game. Like, if they had played Ottawa tonight, who has won 3 in a row, and they're sitting at 11, like, I feel like that would be a big game.
Maybe.
Because I'm trying to I got to take a playoff spot from somebody.
Well, at some point. That part's right. Take it from Florida, who if you win tonight, you have a chance to pass them.
Yeah, or really, like, the top 3, even though they're further ahead, like, this division should not be as good as it has been. And right now, the top 3 are Montreal, Detroit, and Ottawa. The odds that all 3 of those teams are making the playoffs are probably not that high.
Not great.
Like, one of those 3 teams would be the ones that I would want to kick out of there and find a way in. So, Alex Lyon. Put him in net.
Let's go, Alex Lyon.
Yep.
The nation turns its lonely eyes to you. All right, happy Tuesday. Messed up earlier, so clocks fall back. Clocks go back on Saturday, which means that it'll be darker for the Chiefs in Orchard Park. Because sunset is around like 6:15 this time of year, and the clocks are going back, so that means sunset is 5:15 by the time we get to Sunday. Forecast for Sunday, if I got that wrong again, please don't write me about it. I'll worry about it all day. You can, it's fine. Sunday, high of 47. Game time temperature looking like it'll be 44 degrees, 46 degrees. Not thought to be a chance of rain. Windy, nothing too bad. So there you go. Will it be the Chiefs' last visit to this version of Highmark Stadium? Maybe. Very well could be. If they win the game, it's more likely that it's their last visit. Anyway, 803-0550. Trade deadline is a week from today. And saw Arden Key, Titans edge rusher. Maybe he'll be on the move with an idea that San Francisco could be a spot for him. So contenders lining up and see what they can get. 803-0550. Get more of your phone calls here. Tony in Kansas City. Hey, Tony, good morning.
Jeremy, good morning, man. It's good to speak with you again. And I don't mean to sound corny or cheesy here, but the way I view this game Sunday, and before the break, you touched on it, but you said it way more eloquently than I could say it. I think this game is, for lack of a better word, a celebration of the best two franchises in football for this decade. I think the communities, Buffalo and Kansas City, are very analogous to one another regarding the fan bases. Everybody's all in. I think it's going to be a beautiful scene out in Western New York. I hope everybody has a great time and just embraces it. And we'll deal with who wins or loses afterwards. But I hope everybody has a great time. You know, I still think all roads in the AFC go through Buffalo and Kansas City. And I don't subscribe to this theory that the AFC is a second tier to the NFC. I don't trust Jalen Hurts to win consecutive Super Bowls. I don't fully trust Jared Goff. I think Jordan Love is certainly on the doorstep. The one guy I think in NFC who can put him on his back and win a Super Bowl is Stafford. And regarding the AFC, I think if we all speak freely in a back room somewhere, I think we're all just kind of waiting for the shoe to drop on Daniel Jones. The Chargers, the Chiefs have been in the AFC West for the Chargers forever. And Jeremy, I'm not exaggerating. For 20 years, people have been saying this is the Chargers' year. And this might sound harsh, but my response is always, okay, get back to me when you win a playoff game. And the Broncos are wonky. So that brings me full circle. I think it's about the Bills and the Chiefs. Now, regarding the game, and I'll leave you with this, I think if you get a Chiefs team who is locked in, wired in from first quarter to fourth quarter, I think they're going to be tough to beat. These 75, 80, 85, 90-yard drives are just backbreakers, and they're tough to overcome for any team that play the Chiefs. But if you get a Chiefs team where Mahomes has a lapse, he throws a bad pass, which he's been prone to do. He hits somebody in the hands like Kelsey. There's an interception. The Bills start running the ball, controlling the clock. I absolutely see a scenario where the Bills can win this game, but we'll deal with all that later. I hope everybody in Western New York just enjoys it, man, and has a great time. And to me, these are the best two teams. And when I say this, it's a compliment, not an insult. The Bills remind me so much, I'm showing my age here, but of the Sacramento Kings in the early 2000s that
That's no good.
would have won at least one.
That's no good, though.
Not two titles, if not for two dudes down the interstate named Shaq and Kobe. So I think the Bills would have beat the Eagles last year in the Super Bowl.
I don't.
I think the Bills would have beat the Niners. And so anyways, that's how much I think of Buffalo. Man, it's good to talk to you. You guys have a great day. Enjoy the weekend, okay?
Thanks, Tony. I don't know. I think that there's a dangerous trap you can fall into. And I think some Bills fans, whatever, like I don't want to say you've fallen in a trap and I haven't. I'm just aware of a trap and I don't want to get in it, which is treating the Chiefs as an inevitability. And that stems from a couple of years ago, training camp. Maybe last training camp? Yeah, not this one. What would you rather have happen? The Chiefs or anybody else win the Super Bowl from the AFC? And Chiefs won the poll, which led me to, the Chiefs are your second favorite team then. And I don't want to get there. I don't want Stockholm Syndrome. I don't want this feeling like, well, I was the Kings. Give me credit. Like part of the reason the Chiefs have had this dynasty, this is the harshest way to say it, is because of the Bills. Because they haven't landed a punch in the playoffs. Because they haven't beaten them. And if it's injuries or if it's 13 seconds or whatever it is, you have not landed a punch in the playoffs and knocked them out. And if you had twice, then they don't have a dynasty. And, why did the Chiefs are in line if they do it this year to go to 4 consecutive Super Bowls? You can't do that unless your competition can't beat you. And who's the second best team in that stretch? Are you always second best? Like, why didn't you beat them? They're not an inevitability. They have felt like that in years past. And then the last 2 years, they were gettable. And in both years, they made the Super Bowl anyway. And in one of those years, they won the Super Bowl. So I would also whatever. Like, it's just they got to get by this team. And this game Sunday is, if you want to say it's a Band-Aid or would it provide false hope, I don't know. I'll take some false hope. I'll take some. I mean, you don't know it's false until you lose in the playoffs. Meanwhile, it's just regular old hope. And Maxwell Hairston and Michael Hoyt have given me some pretty big hope. Like I was impressed by their debuts. And at the end of the day, he's got to win the games. He's got to find a way to win the games. I feel like I can predict how this game's going to go. I'll tell you one thing about Sunday's game that I think is true. No matter what the Bills do, the Chiefs are not dead until it's over. And the ability, which team to you looks more equipped to come back from down 14? That might be the Chiefs. Then again, which team might be more prepared to pound a game away when they're up 14? Well, maybe that's the Bills. If there's one thing I worry about with this team, the Bills, and this matchup, they are less equipped than ever to pass it effectively. And they probably don't want to throw it that much against the Chiefs anyway. You go to Joe Brady's first playoff game, the divisional round game here in Buffalo, they ran it a ton. Allen did not throw for much. He had better weapons at that time, and they wanted to run and control the clock. And they did. And the Chiefs scored in like 6 plays. I have no idea what to think from this game. I don't know. Deep down, I think they're going to lose. But I want to be impressed. I want to be impressed by one side of the ball in this matchup. Last night, for half the game, Washington's defense was up to it. Forced some turnovers, forced some negative plays. I just don't know. I know that we're kind of at a crossroads. In the next week, when there are 2 major events on the football calendar that are going to shape the way we talk about the Bills for the next 3 months. And that is the Chiefs game and the trade deadline. And they will both have a lasting effect. If they beat the Chiefs, then I've got that to hang until they get knocked out of the playoffs, if they get knocked out, the Bills. If they make a move at the deadline, I get to talk about this new player and will it help the offense or will it help the defense? And if they stand pat, then we got 3 months of why didn't they make a move? If, in fact, players are moved. So we're, between Sundays, we're always in holding patterns, just kind of talking about what we're talking about. But the next 7 days, like Brandon Beane, Sean McDermott, Bobby Babich, Josh Allen, you need more from your quarterback. You need better play from the quarterback. The quarterback is not playing at his best. He is not playing at an MVP level. You don't like the supporting cast? You're probably right about that on a lot of levels. He is not playing at an MVP level. And you probably need that against the Chiefs. It's one of the things I am kind of leaning on for this game. He always brings his best against the Chiefs. I remember I did the stats a couple years ago that designed runs and scrambles and all this. One thing Allen does all the time against the Chiefs, he scrambles. He runs. He takes things into his own hands. That's from 2020 until now. 803-0550. Look at his game log against the Chiefs to illustrate this point. He runs when he plays the Chiefs. Zach in West Seneca is up. Hey, Zach.
Hey, I called about the trade deadline, but it was a nice call, Tony, but I just feel like I just got big broed by C.J. Stroud and the Bears quarterback, if you guys seen that video last year. I really wish we didn't have that existence. I love the run we have here, but listen, they got an opportunity to make something happen here. The AFC is not all that impressive. I think Drake May's legit, but it's early on, and let's see how he does it against teams like the Chiefs and the Ravens when games count. Let's see what he does when he's down. And even if he's still great, he's still year 2. I still think he could be had in the playoffs. And then Daniel Jones, dude, the shoe's going to drop. I mean, the guy's best year, I think, was like 15 touchdowns, or maybe he had a couple more than that his rookie year. But I'm not going to all of a sudden think this guy found it in like year 8,
Sure.
in the league. So I just think it's there. The Bills have some good things. I think the defense might be turning the corner. It's not like, world's better, as Howard used to say in the day. But, I do think Michael Hoyt made a big difference. And if they got a guy that can make plays from time to time in him and maybe Hairston, maybe we got something going. You got to get some speed at receiver, and you got to maybe get some depth at defensive line. I don't know how Beane justifies what he does every day without getting somebody for those spots. You got to it's right there. I mean, I think this is as good a year as you have as at getting the Chiefs and Baltimore down. and the other guys just don't impress me. I mean, they're a couple of players away. It's sad they let it get this far, but like a guy like Rashid Shaheed would totally change. They don't have anything like that. Nothing. They have nobody that you could throw 30, 40 yards down the field. Here's this guy routinely every week with what's the guy's name in New Orleans? Rattler or something, throwing him the ball. I mean, just, and then there was that big play that they keep showing where he's one-on-one, he gets wide open. I mean, imagine if they handed the ball off, a bunch of times to Cook, and then all of a sudden had this guy running wide open, single coverage. I mean, you got nobody that you could even suggest that. The best you could hope is, we'll throw it to a covered Keon Coleman, and maybe he'll come down with it. But, they got to make the trade. Screw the picks, man.
Thanks, Zach. Couple things. I saw somebody lay it out this way, and, my mom always used to say 90% of what you say is how you say it. There can be tone, there can be the words you choose. But so this one's a little harsh, but I appreciated it. The Chargers said goodbye to a wide receiver 3, and the Bills signed him, and their passing game can't operate without him. And that's kind of harsh, but it's true. The Chargers have 3 other receivers. The Chargers do not miss Josh Palmer. The Bills get Josh Palmer, and without him, they look dead at wide receiver. On the rest of it, I would want to ask anybody ready to make that Daniel Jones point, which is not a. We'll find out, right? Daniel Jones, the shoe's gonna drop. He wasn't good before, and he's all of a sudden he's good. Can I ask anybody to flip that around? Imagine for a second, this is Daniel Jones' first year in the league or second year in the league. And then he goes to New York, and you see that Daniel Jones. What would your takeaway be? These coaches stink. This guy can be a lot better than what I'm seeing in New York. If his first year in the NFL was in Indy, wow, there's a lot of talent here. He knows what to do with the football. It's coaching. And we are here watching a quarterback who we have seen be great. We know he's great. And now we see, man, everything seems wrong when they want to throw the ball or when they're in obvious passing situations. They got to get better answers. Brady's got to do better. The supporting cast has to do better. However you want to say it. Daniel Jones, we think he's bad because of previous years. And the Bills, we're benefit of the doubt. We think they're good because of previous years. And they'll be fine. There's a lot of they'll be fine out of this. But your supporting cast matters. Your scheme matters. Your coaches are going to matter. And I think Daniel Jones is surrounded by a great supporting cast and a great offensive mind. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550 to join us. Sure, one more. Mac in New Jersey before Extendo Sports. Hey, Mac.
Hey, Jeremy. Good morning. I'm just calling because you mentioned kind of the whole Stockholm Syndrome with the Chiefs, and I think no one has that worse than Sean McDermott and Brendan Bean. It feels like every year we're kind of chasing what the Chiefs are doing, whether it's a really explosive offense or kind of a dink and Bill and Kamarsha on the field offense without any true stars. I feel like every year we're just kind of a half step behind how the Chiefs are building their team and how the Chiefs are operating offensively. And I just feel like that puts us at such a disadvantage because we're constantly meeting them really on their terms. And I think that, I'd love to just get a superstar wide receiver and just go put up 45 points a game, regardless of what the Chiefs are doing. And until we kind of establish our own identity, and I know that sounds a little bit harsh, I really think we are going to be at a disadvantage against the Chiefs. That doesn't mean we can't beat them. We've beaten them in years past. But come January, we are hurting ourselves by just kind of this very subtle mimicking of what the Chiefs are doing. And just as a side note, I completely agree on Daniel Jones. I think he's actually pretty talented. So thank you, and I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Mac. Well, yeah, we'll see. The shoe might drop on Daniel Jones in the playoffs. On chasing the Chiefs, maybe. The closest I've ever felt that they were to beating them was when they were a juggernaut that offensively ripped the ball up and down the field. And since then, they have been down 3 points with the ball, feeling great about their chances and not scoring. If it happens again this year, where the Bills are home against the Chiefs, last drive of the season, down 3, touchdown wins, field goal doesn't. Can I say that if they don't score, it is in part because their receivers aren't good enough? I mean, Do I have to look at the score of the game before I decide that? The score of the game, does that matter? The Bills kind of live in this spot where, it's my match play versus stroke play metaphor that I like to make here, where you can go every single week, 17 weeks of the season, score 29 points. What's your record going to be? You're going to go 12-5. What's it going to be in the playoffs? It might be 0-1. It's match play. How many points did you need that day? Doesn't matter how many points you scored in the regular season. How many points did you need that day? Because the Chiefs, that's the thing about them. When they're in the playoffs, what do they get? They get what they need. Why do they score more against the Bills than they score against other teams in the playoffs? Because they need more. They get what they need. They always get what they need. I don't know that they're out there saying how many points they scored in the regular season because they win that playoff game and they get what they need. They always find a way, and the Bills have to find their way to get past them. So, boy, Chiefs week, we're off to a start here. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight. We're calling it a big game. It's Bills night down at the arena as well. Extendo Sports is coming up here on WGR. All right, Sabres and Blue Jackets tonight. Bills night at the arena. Reminder of the site, lindys5.com. I like it quite a bit. You can track your team's road to the playoffs. 6 or more points per 10-point set. And the Sabres are behind, but you click a little what-if button, all of a sudden it's like the New York Times playoff machine. Click a win, and then they're up to a 90-point pace. Then you beat Boston, who's bad. 2 more wins, I'm at 97 points. Like, win tonight, beat Boston, and call it a playoff pace. Let's go. That's why we're calling it a big game tonight. Michael Kesselring could make his Sabres debut. Jordan Greenway looks like he might be back Thursday against Boston. So, 6:45 start on Frozen Frenzy Day in the NHL. Every team is playing. They should do it more. Not a bad idea. All right, we're back tomorrow. We'll do Paul Hamilton, Joe Marino. I'm going to check in with Carrington Harrison, who talks Chiefs on the drive in KC. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday. See what they think about their offense and their defense these days. Their defense not looking as good, but maybe that rounds into form as well. The Chiefs and the Bills, Sunday 4:25. Holy cow, we're going to do it again. We're back tomorrow morning. Talk to you then.